Alright, now is my microphone working? Let's see. Hello, hello. Yeah, okay, that's better. Seems to be registering the sound now. Okay, okay. Oh. I kind of just hit my finger. I'm a little bit, ever so slightly paranoid that the volume, the sound's not coming out, so I'm going to check it real quick. Hello, hello. Yeah, okay, that's, oh no, yeah, looks good. Okay, alright. Let's get started. I'm doing this, oh so last minute because that is my way. As a birthday gift for my partner, whose birthday is today. I'm ashamed to admit this. I've been trying to do things, but I don't know. My anxiety gets the better of me, and yeah, it just doesn't happen a lot of the time. But we're gonna do it. I'm gonna paint a Gyarados. I already opened up some sort of reference images to get inspiration from. I don't need anything particularly fancy, I just need something to work from, and they're all facing the wrong way, except for this one. And this one. But it looks kind of small. I also grabbed some reference images for, well, they're actually my own photos, hopefully to help out with either a beach or a river scene. We'll see how it turns out. Let's just grab this one. Actually, let's not, because I definitely want to do the original color, not a shiny Gyarados, so let's just try to find one that's, I mean, this one's small, but it's one of the only ones that seems to be facing that way. Let's see if it works. JPEG, yeah, should work. And we like to call Gyarados Gary for short, so I'm just going to call it Gary. Alright, let's see if there's any others that are useful. How cute is this little guy? Oh, Noodle? Pretty cute. What other ones maybe could we get? Kind of astounded at the lack of useful Gyarados images right now. We'll save this one. I guess I don't really need too many, do I? It's not my first time ever drawing Gyarados, but I certainly haven't drawn them too many times. Should be fun. There's not too much to him. Like the shape of his head is a bit tricky, I think. I guess a sideways, like a profile one, could be useful as well. So let's save. Oh, okay. Let's save image. There we go. It's better. Ah, it's not going to work. It's a web. It's a web image, which is a bit of a pain. I wonder if I go to it if it's any better. Nah. Man, that's a pain. Maybe I'll just I'll leave that open in that tab in case I need. Look at his little nose. Cute. I'll just leave that open in that tab in case I need to. Oh, that's cute. I need a profile one. I don't think I will. I think I'm just going to do sort of like a 3/4, kind of like this sort of view, which actually that might be one of the more useful ones so far. Hopefully it works to save it. Yes. That's Gary number 3. And yeah, all the others are such small images. That's okay. The one of that toy actually might prove to be very useful. We'll open up the references. Let's get that toy because I feel like that would be really useful. And I haven't decided on the scene that I want to put him in yet, but I'm kind of leaning towards this one. I know the water kind of doesn't look very deep, but if I just use the colors, hopefully, you know, I can use the darker colors from back here and make it look deeper. But the cliffs and the sky and the setting is kind of good to stick a Gyarados into, I feel like. This one, I mean, now that I'm looking at it, maybe. Maybe I'll bring up one of the others. What else did I get? This might be a more interesting shape. Like, if he's in there, sort of. I don't really want him looking super aggressive, I don't think. I want him kind of a bit more peaceful, but these should at least just get me started. Help me get the right shapes and everything. Alright, let's get onto the sketch. I can't take too long. I've only got, I don't know, probably a few hours. I've got to get this whole thing done in a few hours, so let's, I'm gonna be sniffing if I don't grab a tissue. Alright, be back in 2 seconds. I don't want to be sniffy, so. Alright, think I'm all good. Let's go. I'm gonna find a... I don't really want the auto smooth one. None of these look all that different to me. I'm gonna go with this one and use like a really dark blue. Of all the ones I chose the one. Maybe it's good if it's really light. Okay. So obviously this is running landscape and I'm working in portrait, but I'm gonna just try to too steep maybe, like we don't want Gyarados. I want Gyarados in this kind of shape. Tall, up, up, up. Obviously Gyarados is gonna be the main feature of the image. Goes without saying. I mean the landscape, I wanted to do him in a really nice landscape as well. Didn't want to just... And where do these come from? So there's like spikety, spikety. And then there's sort of these lovely fin bits coming out. I might do some slight stylistic sort of changes here, perhaps. I'm not going for ultra realism or anything, but I might just try to put in a little bit of my own kind of style to it a little bit if I can. So let's see. Now we want some tail bits back here. So this part coming out of the water, have the water hitting and kind of splashing a bit up on the edge of Gary a little bit. Gyarados. And we'll have the front bit come in, and then we'll have the back bit sort of coming out at the next layer of water, like that. Going back in again, and that will be slightly further back again. Maybe a bit more water lapping at the edge. Where's my eraser? Real quick. Let's tidy this up a tiny bit so I can tell what's going on. Okay. It's 3 layers, and then I know I see Gyarados sometimes with these little tail. His tail can be popping up like back here. And his tail is more or less just like a fish fin kind of thing like this. Yeah, the middle bit is sort of the longer part. I kind of want the tail like flapped over a bit, like making him look kind of at rest, like he's just chilling out kind of thing. Kind of like that. I don't even know if this center part of his tail is necessarily flexible, but for the sake of this, I'm gonna say it is. Okay, and this would be made of, well, his whole body is very segmenty, isn't it? His or her body, whatever. Maybe I'll say that this is a little lady Gyarados. The card I've done for my girlfriend is also Pokemon themed. I decided to go with Houndoom, which I think it was my Taina that she liked actually. Dang it, I think I got myself confused. If I go to my DeviantArt real quick, I did a quick little sketchy thing of like, yeah, it was my Taina. These are the 6 Pokemon she chose. So I kind of donked up on that. Damn it. Yeah, she chose Leafeon. I don't think it's Luxio, the middle one. Raichu, Pidove, Mantike. I think that's Mantike and not Mantine. And then Mitina. And I've gone and drawn Houndoom because I remembered incorrectly which dog-like Pokemon it was. Ah. Oh well, I'm sure she'll still appreciate it. It's pretty. I mean, it's coming along fairly nicely, and I've kind of lent like ever so slightly towards it looking a bit more greyhoundy than dopamine-y. I think I've got it. I scanned it. Yeah, here. That's what it looks like so far. It's pen and watercolor so far, and I scanned it at this stage just in case I muck it up really badly, because the next step is to use colored pencil to add some more colors and work on the lighting a bit more and everything like that. So at least if I make a really terrible error, I've got this as kind of a backup. But hopefully she'll think it's cute, even though it wasn't technically one of her most favorite Pokemon. Whoops. I'm sure she'll still like it. It's fine. Okay, so then I've got, I don't want to have intersecting lines, so I'll try to get this shape done here. Ugh, and then here. Little noodle. Little noodle. Sweetie. We love ourselves a Gyarados. And then she mentioned Gyarados yesterday. And I was like, I know you love Gyarados, but my brain doesn't work properly when I'm kind of stressing about stuff, as I'm sure happens probably to some other people as well. So I couldn't think clearly about which Pokemon to do. It's already led to the error of thinking it was Houndoom, and I could have checked. I could have just jumped on my DeviantArt and checked, couldn't I? But no. No. Brain's not working properly. Alright. So that's looking alright for something to start with, I think. I've obviously got to get his... How many back fins does he have? He's just got like the one behind his head and then the two lower down his back. Is that right? Oh, okay, so sort of two on this bigger piece and then two on his tail. Yeah, that looks like it. And these whiskers, I have to not forget the whiskers. And they come from sort of here behind his mouth. And I'm guessing they can like move around a fair bit, so I might make them... How do I want to make them? Like long and then curly, kind of. Well, that was a really nice line. Lines never work for me the first time, so you all just witnessed something kind of magical, let's say. Yeah, I definitely want this one to go down, but then it's probably just going to have to stay down here because bringing it up here will be too high, so something like that maybe. I just feel like something about the angle of it is off. Let's try to get this right. Yeah, something about it just doesn't seem quite right. Something about the whoopsie. I think I might have changed something by pressing random buttons on my keyboard. I don't know how to flip images in this software yet to check for errors. Let's have a look. Edit. Tools. You know what? The quickest way to find out is probably just to Google how to flip image. ArtRage. No, not rotate. Flip canvas. No flip canvas. Ah. Oh. I don't see anything. H and V will flip. Oh, okay, so V must be vertical, H must be horizontal. Let's try and see if that works. What do we want? I think we want horizontal. Yes, it does work. I do kind of want it to stay there though. If I need to fix stuff, can I draw over the top? Well, no, I can't, I don't think. No. So I'm just going to have to flip it and flip it back. They should change that. Edit. I was sort of only looking at view, maybe? No. Didn't anyone say anything about, yes. Now that's all I can see. Surely there's a select layer content, layer panel. There's no layer thingy that I can see. Oh, select layer contents. And then what? I don't see anything. It's definitely going to be in here somewhere if it's in here. Yeah, I don't... Am I missing something very, very obvious? Select layer contents in the layer panel presented with the menu to flip. The same menu is the rotate option. Heh! Maybe there's a tool that I need to be able to see. Layer options. There's a brush designer? I didn't know that. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to try and work without it, I think, for now, because it'll just probably take me a little bit too long mucking around trying to find where the option is. I'm sure it's there, and I'm sure it's not that difficult, but I've got a bit of like pressure on me to get this going quick. So even now I should keep moving. So mouse will be there somewhere. These spikities. It's kind of nice to sketch in this software. I don't know what it is, but I feel like my lines are working better, turning out more nicely than what they kind of do when I'm using Fire Alpaca for some reason. I don't know why they look better. I'm not sure what it is. I don't know if there's it doesn't feel like they're being smoothed or corrected or anything, but they're kind of, the shapes are working nicely and the lines are coming out nice. Even when I drew these whiskers, I feel like it was a bit easier for some reason. Don't know what's going on with that. Can't explain it. I just noticed the shape of this is probably, I kind of want to make it a bit more sweepy, like what I've done with the other one. I am just very aware of creating close intersects to lines like this body segment, and make the eraser really small. Maybe I can create a bit of separation there. That might be okay. Yeah, I don't want lines crossing or meeting in awkward places if you can avoid it. Alright, let's do that quick. I guess I'll add a little bit more shape to the mouth. This one also is not... Oops, hello, that's not the eraser. This fin bit also is kind of not... Oh, I keep relying on keyboard shortcuts I keep pressing B for brush, but it's B for something else in this program, in this software, so not useful. Alright, get a bit more of a upturn piece on this. I'm always so nervous about everything I do when it kind of matters for some reason. So, this being a birthday present, I want it to turn out really, really good. I can't tell you how stressed I feel, anxious I feel, wanting to make this so nice and so good. But damn intersecting line. I hope this mouth is gonna be okay. It always looks kind of funny, but that's the shape of Gyarados' mouth, you know, like I think once I get the fangs in, which I'm gonna make a bit bigger than the illustrations, the reference images. Something like this. And then what, he's just like gummy. He's just gums. The rest of him is gums. I wonder if I should take some artistic license in designing the inside of his mouth or not. Potentially, we'll see. Like he's definitely got like, you know, some hint of a throat going back that you can see, but we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Alright, that, and then his eyes are basically just come down from underneath these. So you've really got to make sure you get those the right shape, because otherwise the eyes aren't going to pan out at all, are they? Oh, and he's got little nostrils on top of here, which are almost a little bit difficult to see. There we go. Little nostrils. So, eraser, make it really nice and small, clear a bit of space here. Again, with the B, it's so automatic. So burned into my muscle memory. After I use the eraser tool, my hand is then, it's done, it's over, you know, it just hits, it hits B for brush after I use the eraser every time. And these eyes kinda like that. So this painting will end up in our bathroom. I wonder if I should show that head plate a little bit, the next big neck plate piece. Yeah, I feel like that works. And then comes out behind here. So you might actually see a little bit of it here. And on this side as well. I feel like I got the shape of it a lot better on this side than this side for some reason. It just turned out a lot more smooth. Let's try again. Oh, see, B. Use the eraser, hit B. Use the eraser, hit B. Yeah, that's a bit better. And I guess I would also see a little bit of this first. The angle is going to be difficult because, you know, it's only just turned from the front, if that makes sense. So you might see that much. And then I have to try to change the shape of this a little bit to fix some of these points that meet. So that needs to go up a little bit. I feel like again, use the eraser, press B, use the eraser, press B. I don't, you know, I know I am kind of trying to be in a bit of a hurry, but at the same time, I just want a cute, chill, like, not actually angry Gyarados. Not angry. Just chilling. Just chilling at the beach. Having a good day, actually. Um, Dang, I lost my train of thought instantly. Oh yeah, I know that I am in a hurry, and I can't spend all day on the sketch, but I need to get the sketch right. I need to get the sketch as nice as possible to make sure that the rest works, or at least that's how I feel about it in my mind. Oh, these are really quite wavy, actually. It's nice. Let's make these bits more nice and wavy at the ends. Pretty. Yep. B. Okay, so let's make this come to here and this come to here, and then let's try to make this nice like that, a bit better. Alright, not too bad. And I'm gonna move, come on now, I'm gonna move Gary down and to the sides slightly. Um, that feels good. Yep, okay, good. Something to start. And then we've got the spikities down here, which are going to be tricky because of the way I've got the tail folding like this. Dang it. Maybe I need to move that this part of this tail a little bit. Um, okay, let's select it. The old lasso like this. And then hopefully let's move just that section. What is happening? Okay, okay. I've got my selection, and now, um, how do I move the selection? Not the wand. No, I've got the area selected. Now, how do I move? What's this thing do? Nope. Nope. I would have thought it would be. I would have thought it would be transform because there's no like grab tool. So I would have thought it would be this, but select a layer. No, not really. And when I try to grab, oh shivers, I did something. Okay, that seemed to have done something. I don't know why. I just wiggled my pen around in frustration, and well, it worked. All right, hopefully that kind of works a bit better. Let's give that a tick and deselect. Maybe I don't know what happened. I don't know, but I got it to happen, so there we go. Um, yeah, because she's got a little spikety bit down here, which I mean, looks just like a three-pronged thing. So I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with 1, 2, 3 prongs, something like this. Came out a little bit messy, but I'll clean it up slightly. Okay. Oh, I resisted pressing B just then. Okay. It probably makes sense to have like more of the body submerged, because otherwise, I mean, Gyarados can kind of float, right? Kind of. At least that's how it was in some of the older games. You would, damn it, didn't resist that time. You know, when you'd throw Gary out into the stadium and stuff, he would just kind of float there, even if there was no water. So I guess he wouldn't necessarily just tip over. Alright, that's kind of good enough. Fair bit more underwater this time. This bit feels like it should probably be a bit thicker, but it also helps with some of the lines. Yeah, maybe. Okay, and there's one more kind of piece. I don't know if it'll sort of fit. Yep, what I'm not sure if will fit was this other, there's two on the tail here. The other one would kind of be up here somewhere or underwater. I think I'll just maybe leave that one out. And then what else? So there's yellow. It's kind of yellow on the underside. And they're kind of twisting, so they're twisting around that way. So I wouldn't see too much yellow back here. Maybe a little bit on this side, like that. Because again, some of the belly would be showing here. And what else? They've got these yellowish coloured scales, markings on the scale, which run like all the way down. Yeah, looks like it runs all the way down. So there would be one here, and then here. And then you would see them where here. Like that. I think that. Okay, this one doesn't make sense, I don't think. Oh, maybe it does, sort of. It just didn't feel like it was running with the body at the angle I had it at. Trying so hard to make all this make sense and look right. And we're going for a very cute little. I'm going to do the pupils maybe a bit bigger than usual. Okay. Feel like that's a pretty decent place to start. And these cliffs, I'm trying to imagine where I want the cove area to be. With like a slight bend to it. Is that right? I feel like it's too high. I just didn't want to have like too much sky. You know, I didn't really want most of the image to be sky. Do this on another layer. But if I put the shoreline up too high, then the angle looks wrong. That's kind of probably okay. I'm trying to get it a bit more straight. It's probably alright. And we'll just get rid of this bit and this bit. Does that angle feel right? I could do these cliffs like a bit higher. I could, so obviously it's just a rough reference. I could have them coming down and then it kind of levels out and then it goes up, and then it comes out again and then it kind of goes down, and then there's all these rocky bits out here, but I kind of want to suggest that it leads out to more open ocean. And this I have to sort of do deeper water as well. I won't be able to get in quite as much. Maybe a little bit here of different colors, perhaps. And maybe a little bit here. But the water has to be quite, you know, a decent depth, obviously, to accommodate Gyarados' heft. And then maybe like a little bit of this bit's like kind of in the forefront. Well, the whole thing kind of has these layers running down, and then part of it just kind of starts jacketing out like this, and that's kind of like in the most, and again I can't put it too close or the perspective's going to kind of look, even that's probably too high, just ever so slightly in front of the rest of this. I just want that a bit more flat, and it's for some reason without guides it's really difficult to do a proper horizontal or a proper vertical line. That'll do. I'm wondering if this line should then come out ever so slightly higher from behind these, like over here. That's like the true horizon line. And then that should go back as well. This should go slightly up, and then that needs to go slightly up. Alright. So that, maybe about that much space. And then the true horizon line higher than that again. Hopefully that will do the trick. And then I'm going to be using these darker greens and maybe some blues to do my best to yeah, make the water look nice. This is really it's such a beautiful place. It's not that easy to get to, but it's so pretty. I have to say it's worth the hike that you have to do to get there. Oh, the drive and the hike, you got to drive about an hour and a half, and then you've got to hike about an hour probably to get down to the beach. As far as I know, there's no other access to this beach. But very worth it in my opinion. Very, very pretty. So it's like a whole day trip, you know, you want to leave early in the morning, drive down there, and kind of just spend the day. Where do I want to have this bit come from? Like here. It's really fantastic having using proper references. I should do that all the time because I think, well, I don't think, I know if I do that, things turn out a lot better than if I was just to try to, make something up, which I love to do. I mean, kind of combining, I think the strongest things seem to come from combining real life, so working from photos like this, and mixing that with, something that's made up, like, like a Pokemon character, or, something you've made up yourself. Merge down, there we go. Don't need this line anymore, I don't think. I used to have this weird opinion or attitude when I was younger that I only wanted to draw things that I could draw myself without like looking at photos or anything. I don't know, somehow it felt like I don't know what it was. It didn't feel like I was doing it if I was referencing something else. So I had this like really weird attitude about it for a super long time. And it's only in pretty recent years, which is so silly. It's only in recent years that I'm like, oh, things turn out way better if you like reference real life and, you know, learn, do studies, do like photo studies and stuff. It's like, yeah, duh, kind of. It feels so stupid to say it now, so obvious. But I don't know, I was stubborn about it for a long time. Alright, let's save where we're at now. We'll save it. Oh, just got a delivery. Y'all probably heard that. I'll be right back. Alright. Sorry for the interruption there. That a rather important delivery. That is my dog's food, my dog's kibble. And I've just run out like last night, so perfect timing. Gyarados, let's say beach paint. Let's call it that. Save it on the desktop. Blah blah blah. Done. Okay, so what time are we at? It's almost 9. I'm going to be a bit more careful of taking breaks and doing things that I need to do during my live streaming. Um, the first couple I did, I just went all day. I barely even took a break. And then I started, with the last one at least, I did take a proper lunch break. But yeah, I'm going to make sure that I have a brief break in the morning to make sure that like I give Gigi her breakfast and everything. Maybe just have a drink myself, take care of myself. It'll only be brief, like 15 minutes maybe. Then I'll have a proper lunch break, sort of around midday, and then another short, like 15-20 minute break in the afternoon before I do the final stretch of the live streams if I'm doing a full day. Which today, well, we'll just see how long this takes. I pretty much like I have to get this done because it's her birthday today. So, yay. Alright, well, keeping that in mind, let's keep going. I will, surely I can duplicate this layer and keep it as a backup. I'll turn it off. Actually, I'll use the top one. Okay, so I've got the sketch as a backup in case, again, I lose something or miss something. Let's have a quick look at Gyarados. We've got this bit. We've got the side I feel like I should probably define those a little bit more. He's kind of got this runs back to here. Alright, well, delete layer, because I still have to change a little bit. Alright, well, I don't want to, I think I'll just try to like make this a bit like it comes into the, joins into the head a bit more than what it is currently. That looks a bit better. I'll get, once I start painting and things and everything, I'll get shapes, you know, worked out. The sketch is just to have like something to go from. It doesn't have to have every single thing totally perfect, but I do want to like get a good starting point so that the rest hopefully goes nice, like works out smooth, and we have a good looking Gyarados at the end of it. Okay, so we've got his long whiskers, we've got his fin bits. You kind of can't see his big back fin because of the angle he's at. I feel like the shapes are all kind of working good. Let's do a H flip. I wish I could leave it like this and work on it this way. Okay, so there's definitely a little bit of an issue. Okay, this needs to come out because it doesn't look balanced. And this, the finny thing on this side is like too small compared to the one on this side for the angle that we're at. I mean, it's not quite 3/4. It's like just, it's like not that much off center, but this one, the shape, I feel like the shape is better on this one, which is really annoying. What can we do? Alright. See if that did much to help. Yeah, I feel like the shape is not what I want it to be. Oh man, I'm so glad that Jiro's delivery came. Otherwise I would have had to have made some homemade food for my dog, so I don't feed her crap from the supermarket or anything. I also think that this needs to come out a bit. It's better to sort these problems out now. Let's do another flip. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna pull this one in a bit. I suppose I can risk using the lasso tool again. Alright. Nope, that just literally moves the selection. I'll let transform. Wiggle it again. Come on. Ah, there we go. I don't know why that works, but I literally just friggin' jiggle the thing around. Oof. Yeah, there's still a few things about this software that I don't quite get. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. I'm probably doing it wrong. But that's a small example right there of like what is going on. Like how do I quickly and easily just grab and move the selection that I've made? I just like shook it around out of frustration, and that like selected it and moved it for some reason. I don't understand. Alright, do a little flip again. Shape of that's, the size and shape of that is a little bit better, I think. I think maybe what the slight problem is that this has to come up a little bit more. So, needs to sweep right past this bit and then come up a little bit higher. I could be wrong about that, but let's just see. I think that's better. Alright, let me look at everything else. Tail seems okay, the rest of the body seems okay. The shape of the neck is not exactly what I want. I want it to be more coming out like this. And then, you know, I want a bit more of a curve to it. So I think maybe the outside's okay. Maybe if I just, the inside I should say, the inside I think is okay. Maybe if I just extend these body segments out a little bit, it'll look more like, it'll have like more of this curve shape that I'm trying to get going. Like that. His little shrimp tail, so cute. Alright, just get rid of these ones. I think, I mean, it making the Gyarados look a little bit chunky. I guess let's just bring these ones in slightly as well. Let's see if that does what I'm aiming for. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Maybe that bottom one doesn't need to come in quite as much as I've brought it. Like here, maybe. Okay, that's probably a bit better. Now, of course, I need to fix all of this. Well, it's not that bad. It's not that much to have to fix, really. So I'll probably take my first brief, like, morning tea break kind of a thing, at 9:30 or 10. Make sure I can feed Gigi and everything. Alright, this is looking better, I think. Got more of that, like, curve on this side that I wanted. Let's do another flippy. Yeah, I'm happy with that, I think. And I shouldn't have squished the layers down yet. I think that was like slightly premature because when I flipped it just then, and I noticed it before, but Gyarados, because I rotated that end piece of tail a little bit to change the angle, it's put it really close to the edge of the canvas. So here we go. Let's try and like just fluke this to work again. Let's just shake it. There we go. Move the tail away a little bit. The positioning is okay. Maybe lower it slightly so I can get a bit more of the cliffs painted behind the Gyarados as well. Okay. All in all, not too bad. I definitely still want to... Well, this juts out here anyway, so I can just make it jut out a bit further and so we don't get weird... Yeah, weird lines intersecting between Gyarados in the background. That should be okay, because he's... or she is like that, and then the cliff will be down there somewhere. It's all good. Okay, so I think I'll save again. Save. I'll duplicate this. Turn that one off and use that one. Alright, let's start the painting. So I'm literally going to just color grab from these Gyarados for now. I think I will put it in using the oils. I'm going to just try to use the same kind of method that I've been using for... maybe I should also get a reference image of some kind of fish. Some kind of blue fish, like real life fish. And then I can hopefully get a a nicer, more interesting finish on Gyarados. That's not just like this, like the 3 or 4 sort of main colors that they use in the like the cartoony kind of. This is going to be challenging, I think. Very challenging. And I've only got a few hours, which kind of like might sound like a lot, especially if you yourself personally do not like draw or paint or whatever. You're like 3 hours sounds like a lot of time, but nah, it's nothing at all. That will just be gone. That time will be gone. But I have to get some good enough rendition of this done. You know, it won't be the end of the world if it's not as insanely polished as what I might like. I can always like work on it a little bit more, but as long as I've got something ready. I also still have to finish that card. Um, so I've really got a lot on my plate today, and my girlfriend is finishing work early, which is great. I'm happy about that, but no, because it's her birthday, she's finishing work early. These run all the way down? Yeah, I think so. Okay, so that would put the... Oh, if you saw this one, maybe it would be there, and this one you would definitely see would be there. And I think this is just... This doesn't have those bits. Okay. Okay, so... What I even might do is, because I'm going to fill in... Kind of going to fill in all the colours, roughly, anyway, to start with. And then, including the background, and then I might sort of use some colours from the background in Gyarados as well, especially if the any parts that I feel would be like shiny, because they've got he's obviously she's obviously in the water, so she's gonna have like bits that are wet and shiny from the fact that she's a swimming. Okay, good. This thing is... Well, there's a big variance. It's like either this greenish color or that more of a blue. Well, I'm going to go with the green for now. Alright, the little nose. Boop. Poop. So cute. Lips. I feel like the colors in the toy, the plastic toy, maybe are a bit more like bright and shiny and plasticky, so I'm going to reference the screenshot, which is undoubtedly from an episode of the anime. So I'd rather use that. And to tell you, I wish I had, it's way too dark, I'm not going to use that. Oh, what else have we got? We've got this. It's for the throat. Even the throat seems kind of dark. I might use this as the back of the mouth area. And then I'll do the throat sort of slightly lighter than that. But still a lot darker than the tongue. Maybe a bit darker. Okay, cool. I haven't really ever tried to do kind of a cartoony thing in ArtRage before. So, pray for me, basically, because I really need this to turn out. Yeah, difficult. Alright, back spike, tail spike. Yellow belly. I should probably just be using, like, where is it? Everlasting oil for these, laying in these base colors, because I need to do it quick. This is, yeah, getting these colors, you know, painting them up, rendering them up nicely is the word I'm looking for. Rendering them up nicely is going to be a bit tricky. I'm also sort of like concentrating, you know, fairly intensely, so might not be talking as much as some other streams, and you know, I might be a bit like disjointed and distracted and whatever, but you know, I'm doing my best. But I'm like trying to hurry, I'm trying to concentrate, I'm trying to do a good job. Sort of a lot going on. Um, so yes, please forgive me for not potentially, you know, talking as well or as much as some other streams, because this is quite taxing on my brain, on my squishy little brain. Okay, and I think they're the same color. These like side the markings on the scales. I think I missed a bit of blue there. That's okay. And one little bit here. And the tail, I'm going to say this filled with the same. I've already got some colours bleeding together a little bit, but that's kind of okay. It's just the nature of using simulated oils, I suppose. It's kind of pretty anyway. This is going to be so much work. Okay, we can do it though. I believe. Alright, let's get these bits. Come on now, there we go. Not too bad. Kind of docked up that last little bit. Let's try to get it a little bit more accurate. Nope, potentially worse. Okay, that's probably good. What did I say I missed? I missed a bit down, like down here somewhere or something. Oh, it's belly. It's belly. Okay, let's just get some of this in here and in here, here and here, and then let's jump back to the belly color. And that's kind of like most of the colors, except he's got black little, or almost black. It's kind of purple. You're gonna be so cute, Gary. Alright, this is gonna be, yeah, hugely challenging to make it work with the landscape that it's in, the setting it's in, but let's get going with it. So let's try, let's see if we can get away with, not there, maybe here, also a bigger Maybe down here, let's see if we can get away with some of this like brighter color coming up to kind of, it's not the color I wanted at all. Yeah, that's more like it. Coming up to some like rocky areas. Oh my gosh, this everlasting, maybe they would all do that, but oof, they're really, really very, very blendy. Let's start with that bit. It's probably because it's got, no, I don't know why. It's really got very similar settings to that anyway, so it doesn't matter. Get some of this color. Hello. Oh, it's still gone back to its default size. There we go. Drop it in, drop it in, drop it in. There's a lot of this like light, sort of like light brown. Oof, I keep grabbing the edge of the program window rather than. Okay, and then there's some of this really nice light green. This was never going to be easy. But I'm going to do our best. Darker watercolors. Like blue. This is actually really close to the color of. Oh, kind of close. Not really close. A little bit close to the color of Gyarados. And I think I'll want to suggest some kind of maybe Gyarados is a little bit too high up off the base, like off the, what am I trying to say? The water's too deep to maybe be showing any shadow underneath Gyarados necessarily. I also have to consider that this is Gyarados under the water. So what kind of, I'd use something like, oh my god, I don't know what I would use. I'll find something in here. Maybe, oh, that was close, maybe. Maybe this kind of color for Gyarados' belly underwater, perhaps. Oh, hey Bucky, you're back. Hey, good to see you again. Well, hear from you again. Good to see you in the chat again. How you doing? What are we looking for? Maybe this out on the horizon. That's a bit big. You found your way back. That's awesome. There are so many colors going on out here, but I'm gonna do my best to get as many worked in as I can. Very tricky. Very tricky. Pretty good. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good too. I'm a little bit feeling a little bit stressed today because it's my partner's birthday and I'm working on this image for her at the very last minute because I have terrible anxiety and I get I try to think of a thing to do like but nothing, my brain just won't work. I just like shut down because I get so anxious wanting to do something really good. And then right at the last minute, I try to sort of like, bust something out. And she loves Gyarados, so Gyarados it is. But I've got to try to get this painting done, in a few hours, basically. So, ooh, the pressure. The pressure's kind of on today. Otherwise, I'm alright. No problems other than leaving things to the last minute again, as usual. It's my own fault. The colors are going to be interesting if nothing else. Even if I'm going to do my absolute flippin' best. I just really hope I can get a nice outcome. I mean, the color's already looking kind of nice. That's the joy of having a photo to color pick from. God, it makes such a big difference. I love it. How long does it normally take to finish a drawing? Well, oof, that's kind of a question really difficult to answer. Something like this with a character and a full background and everything. I mean, I could easily work on something like this for a full day solid, like dawn to dusk kind of deal. I don't have that long. I've also got to finish up a card that I was working on yesterday, which is traditional medium drawing. Yeah, I could probably pull something like this off in a day, with a pretty, like a halfway decent outcome. But I've kind of only got a few hours. So, you know, I do speed paint sometimes. So I'm just considering this a bit of a speed paint. If I can block in all the colors and then get some refining done soon, then hopefully I can pull it off. Even if I still have to come back and work on it, touch up a few things later on, as long as I have something decent to hand over as the as the gift, then it'll be something. It'll be good enough. All right, let's keep going with this landscapey bit. This is going to be interesting to pull off in and of itself because it's sort of made of bars of jagged rock. I guess I don't want too much detail back there really. And then it's got some of the grassy bits on the top. Yeah, I'm just going to treat this like a speed paint exercise with a little bit more, what's the word? Refining at the end. That's all I can do now. Now that I've put myself in this predicament. Alright, let's get some darker bits in here. And here. And here. The photo that I'm using, it's interesting to be painting from because it's a photo that I took. So it's kind of nice. And the water around there is what this kind of grey. Go on, put the colours on. Alright, more over here. I don't know where this purple is nice, wherever it came out of. I think it's come out of the grey pigment. That's the other really cool thing about this program is like it will pull pigments from inside colors when you blend them, just like what would happen with real paint, which is extremely impressive to me. That's just like amazing. The exact photo, yeah, I took it at a place called Cape Shank, which is spelt really funny. So it's down the coast in the Mornington Peninsula here in Victoria. It's spelt like this, Shank. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's the place there, Cape Shank. Oops, I didn't mean to go to news. Yeah, so there's a lighthouse and there's these. We actually haven't done this boardwalk part, like that's on the other side. So there's the lighthouse, which we also haven't gone up. We do the hike, which from the car park you go to the left, and then you've got to take this. Oh, I can't remember the length of it. Yeah, I'd probably say the wrong number if I tried to guess how many kilometers it was, but it takes about an hour to hike from the car park down to the beach. I know, right? It's weird spelling. There's probably some sort of history behind it. There's probably a reason it's spelled that way, but I don't know what it is. I never read into the history. But yeah, it's a beautiful place. It takes it takes a little bit to drive from where we live as well. It's over an hour to drive, and then you do the hike down to the beach, which is about another hour. So yeah, it's sort of like a big day trip to do, but very, very, very worth visiting in my opinion. Such a beautiful place. Definitely be going back there again this summer, I would say, because we love to go snorkeling. So I've got a bunch of like underwater photos and even some short um, videos from snorkeling there last year or the year before, whenever we went. Yeah, it's a great place to visit. So this was taken. There's rock pool areas, and you can swim in the rock pools. So I swam in this area, like I snorkeled down in this area when it's low tide. Once high tide starts coming in, the ocean starts coming up over these rocks, and this gets like much fuller and it gets like kind of rough in there. It's a bit dangerous, but at low tide, you can swim in there and snorkel and whatnot. It's really, really, really nice. I'm all about finding nice places to swim, and that's probably one of our favorite spots. It does tend to be a little bit busy. Like if you can get there during sort of a bit more of an off-peak time, um, during the week even, rather than a weekend, because it is a popular, sort of like a popular tourist destination. Lots of people give up on getting down to the beach because it is quite a walk, and especially if you're there in the summer, it's like scorching hot. Um, so yeah, we've seen so many people turn around after doing like 15, 20 minutes of the hike to try to get down to the beach because they think it's not that far, but it is. There's like lots of stairs and stuff you've got to take and everything. Stonefish? Nah. I'm not really scared of anything, to be honest. I'm not scared of sharks or stonefish or anything. I've um I've been snorkeling since, like, not consistently like every single year or anything, but I've been snorkeling, since I was a little kid, and I've never, touch wood, don't want to jinx myself, but I've never injured myself or really been in any significant danger or had any um bad run-ins with like dangerous critters or anything like that. I've seen plenty of like wildlife, octopuses and all sorts of different fish and cuttlefish and all sorts of things, but yeah, I've never had any problem with any of them. Um, I've even seen like certain types of sharks, not like big sharks, but just little. I think they call them gummy sharks, little gummy sharks, which are something between like a stingray and a shark, and what most people think of as a shark anyway. I've seen those, they're nice. Most things in the ocean are kind of timid. There are some fish that'll follow you around and stuff, but for the most part, yeah, the animals are quite timid. So yeah, no problems, no troubles in the ocean. I'm trying to figure out what colour to make this and I just don't know. This colour maybe? It's really hard that I've already put something here. I'm going to have to erase it. Big on. The underwater colours for the Gyarados part is going to be the hardest, I think. Because what would happen? I don't know. Kind of would be. I think I'm getting somewhere, maybe. Oh, I'm going to also have to use the pastels soon because the oil paint tool just blends way too much. Yeah, totally not really scared of anything in the ocean. Well, mm, like I have respect for everything in the ocean, you know. I'm not gonna go around being silly, but nah, I'm more curious. I do have lots of people when I tell them that I like snorkel like semi regularly, they'll the first thing they say is like, "Aren't you afraid a shark's gonna get you?" Most of the time, that's sort of like first response. Um, and people telling me like I would never go in the ocean. They're like no way. I just maybe I'll walk in up to my knees or up to my waist and have a little paddle or whatever. But they're like, nah, I'm not going in the ocean. They're kind of like scared of what's out there, which is fair. It's a very, very foreign environment, really, really different. But it's so pretty. It's like a whole, sort of like an alien landscape in a way. It's too good not to go have a look. I'm too curious not to go check it out. And yeah, maybe I've just been lucky, but I've never had any problems. So I'd actually really like to go for a scuba one day. I think you've got to go get like training, kind of. Like you've got to get like a. It's not like a qualification, it's like you've got to do a short day thing of training to be able to go scuba. But I would love to do that. Never done that in all my life. That's a big. I guess that's on my wish list. Most people value their lives. Yeah, yeah. Look, I can understand and respect that, but it's too good for me not to go do it. Like it's just too amazing, and I've never really felt in danger. I guess that's a big thing too. I've never had a bad experience um, in the ocean, so I got no reason to be afraid or anything. Also, I'd kind of like to think that if I ever encountered a shark, because obviously I've thought about it, um, I would just kind of hope that it would just be like an encounter with sort of lots of any other animals, which I tend to be pretty comfortable around animals, and yeah, I don't know, never had a bad experience with one, so hopefully it wouldn't end badly. Hopefully the shark would just leave me alone like most other fish seem to do. Depends on the mood of the shark, the personality of the shark, and how hungry the shark might be. But yeah, probably not too likely to encounter them for the most part in the areas I swim. It's not like I go out into crazy deep water or anything. I mean, you can see here this isn't crazy deep. I do go out into open ocean a little bit, but nothing insane. And I'm sort of usually with at least one other person. Safety in numbers. Alright, what other colours have we got up here? Something. I'm gonna have to start using the pastels soon because these are just smudging together crazy. And then there's also these really nice blue reflection. Very pretty. Yeah, I suppose you're right about most people valuing their lives and being scared of. I think it's fine to. You should have obviously lots of respect for animals, especially things like sharks. And yeah, there's a lot of fear of being underwater. Obviously, it's very foreign. You can't breathe. There's all sorts of creatures. You don't know what's there. You can't see. I think one of the most intimidating things about being underwater is you can't see very far. You know, and you obviously can't see in all directions at all times, so there could be something behind you and you wouldn't know, or something coming up from below you and you kind of wouldn't know. because your visibility is greatly reduced. And you're in this, well, you're always in like a three-dimensional space, but there's things, that could potentially be dangerous. They could be underneath you and you wouldn't know. They could be anywhere and you wouldn't know. That's the scariest part, I think, for people. It's like the unknown, then the possibilities of what there could be there or what could happen. But anything ocean or ocean themed, I love. Like my favorite Zelda game is Wind Waker, which is the one that's sort of very nautical ocean themed. And then one of my other favorite games is called Abzu, which is sort of an indie thing that most people have never heard of. The water is deep enough for a Gyarados. I'm trying to make it look deep enough. I might have to darken it down under here a bit more. This here probably isn't, but out here would be. So maybe I need to use these colors a bit more. I'm trying to suggest that it comes shallow and then just drops off, kind of thing. Yeah, that other game I love is this one. And this is as you can see, very underwater, oceany themed. It's probably one of the most beautiful games I've ever played. It's by like the same people that did Journey, and there was one other one that I can't remember the name of. But this is this is probably in my top 3. It's sort of like a casual game, if you can call it even a game. It's more like a interactive experience kind of thing. Yeah, I'd still call it a game. Absolutely, absolutely beautiful, beautiful game. I've played it probably 3 times. Ah, you know it. That's amazing. I don't think anyone have the flower one. Yeah, or it's in the desert. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, there's like a music one and a flower one or something. I don't know what they're called. Flow. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. I'm pretty sure it's by those same developers. It sounds like you're familiar with it, so that's awesome. You're like the first person that I've ever mentioned Abzu to that like knows what it is. Very, very cool. Top 3 games, played it like 3 times. Love it so much. Gives me all the happy feelings. And that's how I feel when I'm in the ocean as well. Not really afraid. Although I have to admit, the first time I played through, and because there is a shark in the game, I was a little bit intimidated by that at first. Yeah, it scared me a little bit, but worth it. 1000% worth it. Highly recommend. Would play again and again and again. Made myself want to play it. Maybe I'll do a stream, because I love gaming. I think I kind of like briefly mentioned that last time we chatted. So I don't know if I make it like separate channel or if I do it somewhere separately, but doing some gaming streams could kind of be fun as well. Especially for some more indie titles that aren't as commonly known, maybe. Well, it's a thought anyway. Grey. Man, color picking from photos is it's so good. Feels a little bit cheaty, but it's not really, right? It's just like an assist. It's like it's the landscape I'm trying to paint, so I should use the colors from it. It would take me a million years to try to color match. And I gotta go quick. I gotta get this done. Cool, 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 cool. This part kind of goes to some darker sections. Man, I really hope I can make something nice out of this. Do justice. This purple's a bit much right now. breathe. Probably best to run it by Nugget. Yeah, I might not do it on this channel. I might do it as a separate thing. I think the timings are, I don't know, not the absolute best for Nugget and a couple of other people I've seen semi-regularly. But it's the tricky thing about, different global times. I'm definitely going to try to do some at streaming at different times to hopefully sort of like suit some different people and whatnot. But the time that I can do it will be my regular time. That's not much I can do about it, unfortunately. But yeah, you're right. It's a good idea to sort of like just ask those guys what they might think about it. I think people tend to keep their channels like to one main thing and not like mix a whole lot of different stuff into it. So it's probably a really good idea to keep my art stuff as just my art stuff. And if I want to do gaming streams, I'll either have a different channel or do it through a different thing like Twitch or something maybe. I don't know. It's just something in the back of my mind. Okay, kind of getting close to getting these base colors for the most part filled in. I'm like excited that this could turn out looking kind of nice, but I'm also scared that it, could go the other way and not look very good at all. I'm gonna try my damn best, I tell you. And what is this bit up here? Grassy something. I've got so many good photos from this Cape Shank area. I'll probably at some point in future do some more paints from some of my other photos. It really is a very outstandingly pretty place. There's kind of red in there, huh? I can see it in the photo. Okay. Like here are some darker areas. And man, I hate that this little love heart thing hides. It's not for you. Oh, gaming stuff is not for you. Is that what you're saying? That's fair. Alright. Onto the pastels maybe. Although, yeah, I need to get some darker colours. Yeah, I'll use the pastel. So I'll bring in something like this maybe. I really need to. The pastels have a really different texture to them, but at least they go over the top of the oils. Maybe I can. Don't know how I feel about it. I'm trying to make it look a bit deeper in this area. And maybe I think that's what I think what I've got to do is suggest this deeper part underneath Gary. Oops. kind of missing the oil brush right now. Let's try some of this color maybe. Once I get the colors right, it'll be okay. It'll be just got to find the right colors in the first place. I feel like this one's kind of working. And the other thing is you get like there'll be brighter surface bits like this up around here where there's kind of like a wave like hitting against, like where the water's hitting against Gary. Water is such a tricky subject to paint, but I love it so much. And one of the many things I want to get better at. So here we are, choosing one of the most challenging types of subject matter to do when you're on a very limited time. Don't even worry about it, it's fine. Just gotta suggest the right shapes and whatever. And we definitely need a tiny little thing for this. No, no. Oh, hello, Kotelik. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Hey, how you doing? Thanks for jumping in and saying hi. Big worm style, yeah. You're exactly right on that. Gyarados is a little bit wormy, hey? Very cute though. Cute and awesome. All in one. Now, I've also got to find the right colors for this shape. Doesn't feel quite right. It's very difficult. We'll figure it out. Greetings, yes. Hi. Many flavors of fiberglass. That sounds interesting. Don't quite know what that means, but it sounds interesting. Alrighty. Just keep painting. Maybe I try to clean up the face area a little bit. No, I'm going to still focus on colors. Make sure I get the colors right. I've also got to try to suggest some waves. Waves out here. Yeah, that's probably a good color to get in from sky reflections. Punch holes in your wall to get your fix. Well, fair enough, fair enough. Sounds like a bit of an expensive activity, but you do you. I just paint. Well, try to anyway. Do my best. Alright, let's try to get... What I need is like a darker bit here. And... trying to keep this in a really painterly style, which means like not relying on outlines. You know, line art. It's going to be tricky. It's always tricky for me. I've chosen to do things all the trickiest way. That's okay. This one needs to, yeah, come up a bit more. Oof. I feel like the pastel that I'm using right now is a little bit messier looking somehow. A bit more like less defined, a bit more blurry. Kind of doesn't blend, like, I don't know, create quite as nice an effect as oil, the oil tool. So maybe I'll try to just stick to the oils a bit more. I also really like how they blend together. Alright, let's zoom a tiny bit. Let's see if we can get some, try to get a bit of detail work happening. Alright, I'm sure I can do this whole thing in oils. I'll do a little bit zoomed in and try to clean it up a bit, and then I'll jump back out again. Gotta say, don't love having the time pressure. I've got a deadline. I'm also kind of trying to make this Gyarados look a little bit, leaning a little bit more towards cute than angry, as they tend to look kind of ferocious and scary looking. Kind of, yeah, trying to make this one look like it's chill. It's not ferocious, it's not angry, it's not ready for any kind of battle. It's just sort of like popped up at the beach to say hi, kind of. It's kind of the vibe I'm going for. Chill Gyarados. Alright, face is already looking a little bit better. Thank goodness this software does, you know, this amazing stuff with emulating paints, because I think it's gonna help make the thing look nice and like interesting, with even if I can't spend as long on it because there's so much texture and whatnot going on. Yeah. No, I think we've all been there, right? Whoops. Whoops. I did. I did have a whole year. I panic. I really do. I panic. I'm not pleased with myself, you know. Yet again, I have failed. Thing and time. I have a problem with time as well. You know, I it just goes. It's just gone. All of a sudden, it's the date. It's the birthday. All of a sudden. So heck. Painting is hard. How do you learn? You just do it a lot. That's all that. There's no secret. Honest to God, there's no secret. You've just got to keep doing it. You'll do like 1,000 things that are kind of like not that good, and then you'll start getting somewhere. It's just persistence. I wish I could tell you something like a bit more like there's some sort of secret, but there isn't. It's just time and practice. I guess one thing I could suggest or recommend is to use photographs. Try to paint from photographs, because then you've got something to look at. You've got something to aim towards rather than just doing it straight out of your own head. Obviously, I'm using these references, but I would just get a photo of something that you like and try to paint it, and you'll learn a lot just from doing that. And just take a take sketchbooks with you everywhere and just do it all the time. That's what I prefer to do with my time. Like I'm not um like I don't mind going out and doing social stuff, but I'm not heavily motivated by that kind of stuff, so I tend to just take a sketchbook, and if I start getting a bit bored or whatever, I just kind of like start drawing. And it's usually fine because people are usually interested in what you're doing and what you're drawing, so I can get away with it every time. But you're right, painting is hard. It's not even my strongest area necessarily when it comes to art. I'd say doing line art and then just flat color, cell shading kind of stuff. I'm more familiar, more comfortable, much faster. It's very fast and kind of, I don't want to say easy, but easier than painting. Painting's really hard. So I'm with you on that. I agree. The struggle is real, probably for everyone when they trying to learn painting. Also, I guess another suggestion I might make if you're really keen to get into it and improve and stuff is try using some traditional mediums as well, like paint in real life, like off the computer, because you'll learn so much by doing that. You'll learn a lot about um, mixing color and color theory, and just by mixing the paints yourself. Eventually, I'd like to get a halfway decent camera and live streams traditional painting sessions as well, not just digital. Right now, it's just far more practical for me to do digital stuff because I don't need any more equipment. You know, I could do with a better microphone probably. I'm just using my headset, but I can do something without buying any more equipment. But I've got a lot of paints, and it would be really fun to do a live stream painting session, traditional medium styles. It would be cool, I think. Lots more pressure, so much more pressure. I feel like digital stuff is pretty forgiving in that like you can just you can just erase anything, use stuff up, or you know save and backtrack or whatever else. Whereas you're doing it traditional mediums, you haven't got that luxury. You stuff it up. Sometimes you can't salvage it necessarily. Sometimes it becomes a bit of a lost cause. So the pressure would be much higher doing a live stream using traditional mediums, especially because I've become far more practiced at digital stuff over the years and only just started getting back into traditional. let's tidy up this mouth area a bit. Also, if you want to do something that looks more like a painting, I mean, this software is pretty good. It's not very expensive as far as software goes, you know. Where it can be thousands of dollars or hundreds of dollars, this one's is on sale, or at least it was, for like $40, which is like really reasonable. A bit of a learning curve as well. A little bit to get used to it, but pretty good if you want to make something that sort of looks like more like actual paint. This is the best software I know of. I think Procreate's pretty fantastic as well, but I don't have an iPad, so not an option for me. 10 a.m. The hour's already flying by. Gotta keep going, gotta keep painting. I gotta keep myself like on, what's the word, like on target, on, I have to keep reminding myself, like keep going, keep going, keep going, faster, faster, faster. Don't get stuck on little bits, you know, and lose all the time. Now this is going to be tricky. I think what I'm going to have to do is highlight this edge of the mouth. Because it's going to, this belly part is going to be darker. And I need to create a contrast between them. Alright, where's my damn pastel? There it is. Darker. Alright, let me zoom out. I feel like that color's not quite right. What do I want? I probably want use cool shadows. It makes more sense in a water environment. Not 100% sure how I feel about that color choice yet, but let's persist for the moment. Come on, you oils, go down. I mean, I think that's kind of working. How do I think his skin feels? I think it would be quite coarse. I imagine it being like slightly scratchy, like rubbery but coarse at the same time. Probably like how I imagine a shark feels. I've never actually touched a shark, but yeah, something similar to how a shark feels, I would imagine. Not super smooth, but like really firm, like cartilagey. And just ever so slightly like textured. Not rough. I think rough or coarse is not the right word, but slightly textured. Not super smooth, slippery or anything. That's what I imagine it to be like. Maybe the way I've heard people describe dolphins, how dolphins feel, which I've unfortunately never had a close encounter with a dolphin myself. I'd really like to one day. That's sort of like on my bucket list of things to experience. Be like swimming with dolphins and like giving them a pat, knowing what they feel like. I've got an idea in my mind of what they'll feel like, so it'd be interesting to that. I feel like I haven't painted a water scene for ages, and I'm really happy that I'm doing it right now. I think I want something like, I don't know, let's try this. Nope. Thin and dry, that could do. Yeah. I want something that doesn't put the color down quite as hard. Maybe I need to put the loading down a bit. Oh, it's still too heavy. It's not loading then. Pressure? Nope. It's not that either. I don't know what effects. I don't see something for like opacity or anything. What does turning the gloss down do? Kind of not really anything. Fine. I'll use the pastel then. I'll use a light pastel. Let's see if that works a bit better. Kind of. What do you think? How do you think Gyarados' skin would feel? Do you kind of agree with my my rough kind of description, or do you have your own idea about what it would be like? Oh, painting water is so fun, so therapeutic, even if it's not very, if it's not super amazing and exactly right. I don't care. I'm still having fun. Alright, pastel it is then. To put this color. Oh, apparently that kind of is the color. Okay, fine. Get some of this darker one then. Mad scary in real life. Yeah. You know, I think you'd be very intimidated to encounter a creature like this for sure if you were just at the beach swimming or something. I'm going to agree with you on that, I think. Run for the hills. Yeah. I mean, you could just like really hope that it's a friendly Gyarados, but you're right. Like, what would you do if it was cranky and it wasn't very pleased to see you? Hey, oh, I really don't want to use white, do I? That's a mistake right there. Let's get this color. It would be horrifying. I mean, just think of like how we were talking about sharks earlier, just how scared people are of sharks. I mean, this Gyarados is an enormous dragon, so yep, yep, very intimidating. No joke. I'm just trying to figure. I think it should be dark, dark against the kind of like something like this maybe, where it like where the water hits up against Gyarados. That's what I'm imagining. I'm having to kind of like fudge this a bit, just sort of semi make it up. Obviously, I don't have a reference for a real life Gyarados in water. Calling me out. Of course we can fear wild animals. We're not completely insane. Yeah, we do. Although I still don't know if it's as bad as some people kind of imagine. Like, sure, I've seen plenty of snakes, but I've never had problems with them. They do their own thing. They're not really interested. They're just kind of like sunbaking. They're pretty chill. All the snakes I've met have been really chill. I used to encounter them quite a lot when we go out riding our bikes and stuff, especially in the summertime. You always want to watch where you step, that's for sure. That's no joke. You wouldn't want to step on a snake and scare the crap out of it, and it whips around and bites you. But it's not like they're gonna chase you. It's not like they're evil and they're out for blood. You just gotta be careful. Largest croc. Well, I live down in the pretty much the southernmost tip of the country, which is the coldest part of the country. We don't get crocs down here, but I have traveled up into the far north, which is very tropical, plenty of crocodiles. And I really only saw a few from a distance, and they were just um, sunning themselves. So if I was going to guess how big they are, they were probably a couple meters. It's not it's not much of a, yeah. Crocs are not such a big thing in my where I live. The most dangerous things we have down here being quite a lot colder. We don't have as many critters, but yeah, probably the really venomous snakes are the most dangerous things we have here. And you don't even really see them that much. You just gotta watch where you step when you go walking in the summertime, that's all. And even if you do see a snake, you can just stand still and watch it go about its business, and probably nothing will happen. It'll probably be just a pretty boring event, actually. The snakes that I am scared of are the taipans, if you've ever heard of those. They live in the north and in sort of like central Australia, where it's sort of like the hottest. Those snakes, those snakes are no joke. They will, so I'm told anyway, they will actively come for you. Like they'll chase you. They're supposed to be extremely, extremely aggressive, extremely territorial, and they're completely deadly as well. So stuff that. That's like the one animal. Oh, and the Sydney funnel web spider. Those are probably the two animals in this country that I would not play any games with, and that I legitimately. And great white sharks. Okay, so there's like three. They shoot laser beams. Contrary to popular belief, I've never seen a snake shoot a laser beam. Even the one I had as a pet when I was a kid did not have laser beam abilities. Probably heartbreaking news, I know, but that's the harsh reality. No laser beam snakes in this country. I personally would like to believe that they're still out there somewhere, but I've never had the privilege of encountering one. Too familiar? The name. Oh my gosh. Did I miss some chat? Let's have a look. Crocodile probably got human-sized ants for pets. Haha, frick, I wish. That would be amazing. How cool would it be to have a pet ant? Having said that, it would be horribly destructive. You know how powerful those animals are? Like, a human-sized ant could literally probably lift a house right off of the ground because they can lift, like, so much times their own body weight. It's wild. Snakes don't come with warnings, rattles. Nah. Some snakes will like. Well, the main warning you're gonna get from a snake is like, you know, they'll get into like a striking position. Some of them will like puff up or like make a slight hissing sound. That's about it. No rattles or any other interesting sounds. That's about it. I have to reassess these colours here a little bit and what the stuff is going on with the anatomy right in this section. There's something weird going on. Nah. It just started pouring rain as well. I can hear it. And my poor girlfriend is out working in that weather. It's a bit crappy. Birthday rain. Hopefully it means they can just chill in the truck. She works as an arborist, which is not that common of a job, so if you're not sure what that is, it is trees. It's like a... What's the best description? They just take care of trees, maintain trees, take care of trees. So lots of cutting off low branches to make sure that there's enough clearance over roads and stuff like that. They also do like cut out dead trees and things like that as well. Cool job. Interesting job. Hard work though. And obviously if it starts pouring rain, it's not so fun. Which it literally just did. It's coming down out there. I can hear it. I wonder if it would be worth, and this is completely the funnelback spider, the Sydney funnel web. Sydney funnel web. We don't, apparently they can, oh look how many tabs I've got. Whee. Apparently they can live in Victoria in warmer areas. Look at this monster. And it's insanely deadly. I don't know if you can see clearly, like these massive fangs, like, and what the hell, and these big things of venom like hanging on the end. Oh my god, no thank you. No thank you. I don't think they're necessarily aggressive, but they're horribly deadly. A lot cooler sounding than landscaper. Well, it's quite a different job as well. She doesn't do any landscaping whatsoever. She just basically does pruning and uplifting and what's the word when they just removals, just clear cut removals and stuff. So it's only trees. It's tree specific. But yeah, you're right. Arborist is a better title. It's kind of a cool sounding title. I think sometimes they're referred to as tree doctors. Maybe. I don't know if I'm making that up. I feel like I heard it somewhere once. United States, we use guns to mow our lawns and chop our trees. Yeah, I bet. I bet. We don't really have guns. Not anywhere. I don't even know where you would go to buy a gun, to be honest, in this country. It's probably just like specialist shops around here and there. I have used a gun before, like, before I swore off eating critters. I did go like hunting some rabbits and stuff. And ate the poor little buggers. Although they kind of deserve it. They're a pest animal in this country and they do a lot of damage. Hence why I was hunting them and eating them. No joke. Oh well, you know what? When I did go up to the far far north of Australia, up in a place called Mossman. Very, very, very beautiful place, but the locals are a bit interesting. They're a different breed, I think, up there. And the one of the farms we went and stayed on, the guy, it's like an old Italian bloke who'd like lived in the area, I think, pretty much his whole life. He was, no joke, literally using a rifle to shoot coconuts off the coconut palms. Because, of course, these trees get, I don't know how tall, 20 meters tall, like way higher than you can reasonably reach by any other means. Oh, yeah, that's true. I don't think it would work for, well, as long as the tree was small enough, I suppose. But yeah, they've obviously got a lot of safety precautions involved to make sure felling trees is as safe as possible. Yeah, I have seen firearms used in some interesting, if not sometimes questionable ways. But the one in up in the north, up in the rural north, where it's shooting down coconuts, that was an interesting time. Couldn't believe it. They did some questionable stuff out there. They were also at nighttime they would shoot the fruit bats, which are a native species, and it's like horribly illegal to do that. But it's Mossman is kind of the middle of nowhere, so no one's gonna like say or do anything about it, unfortunately. That was horrible. To be honest, that was terrible. We were not happy about that. But they have lots and lots of fruit trees on their property. That's what the farm kind of was. It's like a big collection of tropical fruit trees, not just from Australia, but like from all around the world. Very impressive. But yeah, the fruit bats would obviously rock up and have a big feast on the trees, and so they would shoot the bats, and I did not like that at all. It also made my dog horribly afraid of like loud kind of like bang sounds, like anything that sounds like a gun. Like that experience traumatized her, which is kind of crap. And ever since then she's been really afraid of, yeah, like fireworks and thunder and cars backfiring and anything that sounds even remotely like a gunshot. Because we didn't have any warning that that was going to be happening. It was like 2 in the morning, and all of a sudden there's all these guns going off, and the bats are like screeching and stuff. Oh, it was awful. That was not such a positive experience. That part of it, anyway. So my poor dog is traumatized. It's got trauma. And she's not even like a cowardly animal. She's really actually quite brave, given what she is. A little spaniel cross poodle. She's really brave for her size. But not when it comes to anything that sounds like a gun. Not anymore. Not after the screeching of the bats. Sweet dog. Whoop. Why is that laying down so dark? Alright, 10:30. 10:30. these bits of water. I'm not really happy with this section. It's really bothering me. Cockapoo? No, she's a cavoodle or a cavapoo. They're also called. So Cavalier Spaniel, Cavalier King Charles crossed with a poodle. And she is my perfect dog. You know, she's like not too energetic, um, not hyperactive or anything like that. She's just really chill, really, and she's never going to hurt anyone or anything. I don't really care for the responsibility of a dog that could potentially cause, you know, real bad harm to a person or another dog. That's a bit of a thing here. I don't know if it's a thing where you guys are from, but in Australia, oh my god, there's some bad attitudes around animals. Like you've got to have like a big tough dog, you know, like all the bully breeds are really popular here, like staffies and pit bulls and stuff like that. Personally, I find it like a wee bit pathetic. You know, you don't have to prove something with the animal you've got. And there have been many, well, too many instances of dog attacks of those breeds of dogs, because the types of people that get them often are, like they don't get them desexed and they're not necessarily the most responsible people. And yeah, unfortunately, there's been a few fatalities of dog attacks that happen in this country with those breeds. Very unfortunate. And I used to work at a boarding kennel, so I've had plenty of experience handling all sorts of dogs. And I met a bunch of cavoodles, and they were all just so nice, so gentle. They just wanted to hug and be chill and hang out. And I was like, yep, that's the dog I want. And now here I am with a cavoodle. The end. On my YouTube, I wish this freaking emoji thing wasn't here cutting off. It shows on YouTube is adorable. Oh yeah, just real nice people. Go hit the sack. Oh, you made a blender animation. That's so cool. Well, awesome talking to you. Hopefully catch you again sometime. Have a good sleep. Thanks so much for dropping in. Appreciate it. Appreciate the company. Yeah, I think I've only had one person ever, which was that Suica person. I think you're here for that, right, Vucky? That Suica person that went a little bit off the rails there, talking smack. But other than that, everyone's been so nice. Lots of really good company. Do people even? I mean, I like to spam it like every now and again, like but otherwise, yeah, no, I don't think so. I think yeah, probably not. It's not a very good place to have it. Does it? How does it look on the actual like YouTube? Yeah. Does it still cover the text? A little bit, yeah. It does cut the text off like a little bit. Sometimes that one word that you can't see makes a difference. Alright, how's this looking? I'm gonna squinch my eyes and like try to lean far back and maybe I can just, no, just zoom out, my friend. There we go. Well, the colours are feeling pretty okay. Even the underwater parts, I'm like fairly pleased with how they're coming out. Like I wasn't sure what to do about that, but I feel like the colours on the where the Gyarados is underwater is sort of looking okay. Like it works. The colours work. My girlfriend just sent me some link. What is it? Oh no. It's some horrible murder thing that she sent me. Jeez. Apparently a nurse. Oh my, this website is the worst. Whatever is happening here. Let me try to open it again. A nurse has apparently like murdered someone's baby. Ooh, that's a bit awful, isn't it? Jesus, it must have just come up in the news. Yuck. Yuck. I just heard something and I thought it might be thunder, so I was like looking at Gigi to see how she's doing, but she doesn't care. She's fine. I don't think it was thunder. The main issue that I'm seeing when I zoom out, oh, for the love of Pete, just use the button. It's like this shape is not right. This is not too bad, but there's something funny going on here. So I gotta neaten that up a bit. What preys on Gyarados? I absolutely think Gyarados is an apex predator. I don't think anyone touches Gyarados. He's a big boy. I don't think anyone's gonna mess with that. What is going on here? This is really difficult, this part, for some reason. I'm gonna fix it though. I don't think anyone touches Gyarados. That's my quick answer to that. Nobody. Nobody eats Gyarados. He's like the, I guess the equivalent of a great white shark. Hey Nugget! Hey hey! How you doing? Very nice to see you. Feel like it's been a little while. Hopefully it's not right on your bedtime again. That would be a bit of a shame. No problem. No, that's okay. That's okay. It's cool to know you're still around anyways. Hope you're doing well. Alright, we cleaned that bit up a little bit. An orca? No, not that I can think of. There's a dolphin now. Honestly, a bit of a, in my opinion, a little bit of a weak design because it kind of just looks like a dolphin. So I'll show you what it looks like if you haven't seen it. It's dolphin Pokemon. There it is. Literally just looks like a dolphin with a squiggle on it. It's not bad. It's kind of cute. That image isn't the best, is it? There we go. That's a much clearer. I like its little, I don't know what you even call this. The shape of its little nose, beak, whatever. And its bulgy eyes kind of cute too. It's not bad, but it really does just look like a dolphin with a ring on its tail. Like a, yeah, it's not exactly the most creative Pokemon design. But then, seal is just a seal. Or dugong is just a seal. Dugong's not a real animal. No, dugongs are a real animal. I know what I'm talking about. Dugong is literally just a seal, so, I mean, you know. I guess there are some Pokemon which are really virtually just animals with magical powers. Oh, Vaki, you're on the ball. Well, I feel like I will absolutely definitely one day do it. It might be on a I might keep it off of this channel though. Just yeah. I might just make like another YouTube channel and put like a link on this one for if anyone wants to see game streaming stuff. I don't know if I could. Oh, there are some Pokemon games absolutely that I could play on my PC. Um, but I'd also just do some indie titles, maybe just like some casual Minecraft stuff. Cause you know I play anyway sometimes, so why not stream it and like potentially chat to some people at the same time? That's my that's my feeling about it, anyways. This shape here is not good, is it? Bit better. Let's get like this blue, the color from the sky, kind of reflecting in here. Shiny, shiny, shiny. Sky, sky color reflections. Getting the shape of this Gyarados body is really quite tricky. Ah, this one's a funny shape. This segment of the body is a funny shape. What have I done? Alright, let's go really bright. Let's go kind of yellow-green. Yeah, maybe. And then I've got to drop these ones back. Man, getting the colours right for this is super challenging. It's fun though. Alright. No, I haven't seen on the channel pretty much since the first two streams. I haven't seen Subversive. They must be busy. Oh, I'm on the thingy. Okay. Let's try the oils then. Yeah. The dolphin Pokemon, yeah. You're right about that. Did either of you guys I don't know if you guys play Pokemon. I think Vucky, you said you're not really into video games, but the new ones, the new Pokemon games, Scarlet and Violet. I'm really ashamed to admit this, but I haven't finished it yet. Like I haven't beat all the gyms. I Pokemon are probably strong enough to do it, but I kind of I tend to sort of like draw my gameplay out and don't want it really to be over, which is not a good strategy for the Pokemon games because there's all this like new stuff that they add in, but you have to have completed like the main storyline to be able to do it. So I'm kind of just missing out on stuff by not finishing the game. This bit is still really bothering me. What do I need to change? Maybe that looks a bit better. Maybe. Maybe this needs to get darker and bluer. Level is my team. Really love to answer that. I think most of my, well, I kind of cycle through, like I make a team for one gym and then I make a team for another gym. So I've got a bunch of Pokemon in like the mid 50s. Um and then a bunch that are like babies. Or like, not really trained yet. So I've got a bit of a mix. But I could probably easily assemble a team of Pokemon around level 60, and that would probably be good enough to go in and beat the. Is it the Elite Four in that game? Because I haven't done it yet. I have to assume it is. The Paldean, is that the area? I don't want to be saying the wrong bloody names. And I probably am because it's been too long since I've played. I could possibly scrape my way through so that I can get into Area Zero, because apparently they're introducing a bunch of new Pokemon, and I personally really want Nidorino. It's one of my favorites. Always been a fan of the chunky quadrupeds, like Rhyhorn, and Nidorino. Something about Nidorino's design I really love. The colors and the design. It's one of my favorites. Gyarados is way up there as well, but I mean, who doesn't love Gyarados? I feel like Nidorino's a little bit like a less common choice as a favorite Pokemon, maybe, or as people's like top 10 pick or whatever. That's the name, yeah. Yeah, Galar was Sword and Shield. The Galarian Pokemon were the ones that got Gigantamax. Is it what it's called? Dynamax. You could Dynamax them, and then you had Gigantamax. I think. I even watched that series, the Sword and Shield series. It was a good one. And honestly, seeing Gigantamax Pikachu, yeah, that was the absolute high. I loved it. That was the highlight of the whole series. Seeing gigantic, extra chubby Pikachu. So adorable. I can't help loving Pikachu. They're just too cute. Especially Ash's Pikachu. What a champion. Such a sweet little dude. Yeah, that's what I think. Nidorino is like pretty overlooked. It's just, I think I'm coming perhaps from a point of view of, the design of the Pokemon I really, really love. I've got a really old Nidorino pick that I did ages ago. Oh, my mouse. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Ooh, it would have been a while ago. It's probably quicker to find it on DeviantArt. Probably. Maybe. Is that too far? was, yeah, there it is. It's pretty old, so it's not great, but it was meant to be like a shiny, encountering a shiny Nidorino. And I wonder if it says what I used. Blah, blah, blah. I can't see if I mentioned what program I used. It probably would have been Photoshop back in those days, because I didn't know about Fire Alpaca or anything else, so I probably did this in Photoshop. Yeah, I should do another Nidorino sometime soon. And another Pikachu, why not? The last few Pikachus I've done, I really haven't been very happy with at all. They turned out kind of terrible. I feel like I'm going to commit to doing a Nidorino sometime soon. Where is my cursor? Been too long. That's what it feels like. Damn, I can't get this. I'll try this other. Yeah, that's a bit better. Alright, I don't want to work close in like this, because every time I work close, zoomed in like this, I make changes that I don't end up liking when I zoom back out. So I just want to clean up this little bit and then zoom back out. Which one's longer? The front one. The first one is the longest. Geez, it looks a bit awkward somehow. Have to make it look like it's coming off his back a bit better than that, I think. Or his tail, technically. Yes? Something about it looks a little bit awkward. But that'll do for now. Zoom back out. No. Man, you have to be so accurate hitting that little minus. Alright. Colors looking okay. Shapes, some of them a bit questionable still. Especially this area. There's something really bothering me about this area of the characters. No, I want this color, and I want it to come in here. Alright, sky. I think about, like, you cast a shadow onto water. This is like some serious thinking. Some serious plotting I'm trying to do here to get these colors looking what I think would be correct. Seriously difficult. I'm trying to think about how the shadowy bits would look, because Gyarados' body would be casting a shadow over here. I'm just going to block in some dark color and then work my way up from there. Oh, I also wanted little waves of water kind of like splushing up against Gary over here. I'll try to suggest that a little bit. And maybe on this side a little bit too. I wanted it to, there to be like a little splash going on. And maybe a few little, not that light, maybe this color. Highlights out there. Alright, this, I think this is meant to be blue. Whoops, whoops, whoops. That's a bit better. Alright, I feel like maybe I should work on the face area a little bit more. Try to I still got this area, I'm like fixated with this area not looking, something about it looking off. I'll get there. Also these bits are maybe a bit too blue. I need to borrow some of this green. Oof, my tummy just started rumbling as well. Get some of this green in here. And this dark green. Green blue. Alright, back to the oils. Water coloring, doing colors for things in water is super duper challenging. Crazy, crazy, crazy challenging. I feel like it would be light here. I do have a time limit, Vucky. Thank you. You're keeping me focused, keeping me on task, on track. You're 1000% right. You're right, 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 right. Time limit. Time limit. Time limit. Okay. Shadows up in here for Gary's head, which means I'm gonna have to put a highlight here. Oh shivers, I've gone over his little whisker. Oh no. Not the whisker. That's the fin. Okay, cool. That's fine. You're right, you're right, you're right. Okay. Let's try to do a bit of detailing on Gary's head. So I feel like the face is a real focal point, so let's try to make that look nice. What is happening here? It's kind of comes out wider at this point, and then kind of goes, you've got these like down bits. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh my gosh, my belly. Must be getting kind of close to lunch. I also feel like this thing would be quite shiny. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe. Let's see what it looks like anyway with some crazy amount of shine on it. Maybe. I'll leave it like that for now. Change it up a bit if I need to. Okay. Tidy the head. I really want a nice contrast between these colours in the background and Gary's head. Okay, the eyes are going to be really important. Oh, for the love of Pete. I would really wish that they would highlight when you went over the top of it so that you could not miss clicking on it. Oh, you're off, Lucky. Alrighty, thanks so much for dropping in and saying hi and chatting with me. Appreciate it so much. I'll catch you next time, hopefully. Have a good evening or day, whatever time it is for you. Thanks so much for the company. And keeping me on track. Let's do some very fine outlines for Gyarados's eyes. I feel like that would be the one area where there would be some sort of an outline kind of a thing going on. What's the shape? Like this, and then... oh, heck. I feel like I want to go more blue. Oh yeah, no worries, Nugget. Well, thanks for saying hi in the chat and giving me a little bit of feedback and everything. I'll leave you to it. And in case I don't get to say bye for whatever reason, well, hopefully I will. But catch you next time, just in case. It's all close up, it looks pretty damn messy, but yeah. I'm just going to keep chattering away to myself. Cool, cool. No worries. I'll keep doing my best with this dude. Trying to make it look nice. So, in the screen capture, his eyes are purple. I think his eyes are usually red. Although, I like to think there's no hard, fast rules for eye color. These ones are purple. Yeah, seems to be the main consensus seems to be red eyes or purple eyes. Yes. Mega Gyarados looks ridiculous. I never saw him until today either. He just looks kind of funny. I don't know. That's not the direction I would have gone if I were designing Mega Gyarados, but each to their own. It's fine. Yep, even on this. It's kind of red and grey actually. Okay, I think I'm just gonna stick with the purple. I kind of really like the purple eye color, so I'm gonna stick with that. I'm just gonna try to get some highlights happening. I guess this side wouldn't have that much. The light would probably be blocked, hey? This side would have the highlights. Alright, let's try getting some in with the oils and see if it's gonna work. Let's go like really... let's go like ham on the highlights. Oh, this is still maybe too thick. Too thick. Did I go up? I think I did. Whoops. Yeah, I won't do it on the other side. I'll just leave a hint of it on the other side. I'll try to light this eye up kind of thing. and the other one can be in shadow, I think. Oops, whoops, whoops. With maybe a bit of reflected light from down on the water, like something from down here, maybe this color. Stop. Yeah, maybe a bit of blue, like this reflecting in the side. And then at the tops, I think I'll just use this dark purple and try to shade this top area down a bit. I don't know how that ended up so light. And I guess I'll do a bit of some eye shines as well. Alright, let's get a bit more in there. Redo that. There we go. All good. And we'll do the same over here. This is a bit finicky, but I gotta make the eyes look really... I feel like I gotta make the eyes look really clear and really detailed. Because it's a real strong focal point. Definitely got to get this nose part to stand out as well. And I'll have this come down here a little bit as well. Maybe not too far. Just like this, maybe. Yeah, I don't like that in the end. Take all that away. Boop, boop, boop. I'll just have his nose popping out. That sort of looks like it makes more sense. Oops. Alrighty. I'm just going to keep going around and tidying up this head area. This is very, very much the main focal point of the whole painting. So I want this to be the neatest and bestest part, so it looks nice. Alright, just clean up around here as well. Still quite a lot of the original sketch kind of showing. Clean up this bit. Gotta get a really nice differentiation between his head and this I'm kind of calling it a plate, like his big neck plate. I want to make sure that those two are clearly separated and defined from each other. Which is just going to be creating very strong contrast between light and shadow, and that should do it. Clean this bit up a little bit. Where is that blue coming from? The paints must be mixing together. Paints in commas, quotation marks. Pretend paints, digital paints. It's really quite amazing how they mix in this program. I keep getting impressed by how incredible the job it does of mimicking paint. It's kind of a bit mind-blowing. was kind of thinking of buying the software for a friend of mine. I have regular art catch-ups with them, um, like pretty much weekly art hangouts we do, and like just draw and paint and sketch and chat and whatever. Like he comes about round to my place, so this is like face-to-face, real-life meetup kind of a thing. And it was hard for me to get a gauge on like how interested he was in the software, but I wonder if it would be cool to like buy it for him. Just as long as I knew he was going to use it. I don't want to waste it. I would love to do digital like art drawing sessions with people. Some point in future, maybe that could be a thing. Just like jump in a channel on Discord and like screen share or whatever, and just like, yeah, just paint alongside other people. That'd be really fun. And let's like chat and look at each other's what ideas are coming up with and stuff. It'd be so fun. I'm pretty sure there's also these online, what would you call it? It's like an online virtual canvas kind of thing that like lots of people can draw and paint on all at the same time. Those can be really, really, really fun. Might get that happening one day if I can. Maybe once I got like a few more people regularly getting in on the channel, because yeah, at the moment it might only be like me and possibly one other person. So, but it's a future hope. It's a future like, yeah, that would be fun. That would be fun to do one day kind of thing. Blend. How do I handle this bit? This is going to be very difficult. A little bit challenging to, because it's all the same blue, but I want to define between the different pieces, parts. So this is his little, what do you even call this? Sail? Ear, sail? Don't know what you call it. Alright, let's tidy this one up as well. Alright, come down here. Go. Yeah, I've just got to like, I think it'll be a highlight to go to create a nice difference between the two. Just got to make sure that it works in with the rest properly. Oh, my back. My back just made some very interesting clicking, cracking sounds just now. Well, how long have I been going so far? It is 11 o'clock, 11 a.m. Oh, jeez. 11 a.m. and I think I started at 8? 3 hours. We're 3 hours in, or thereabouts. Why are you so light? Oh, it might help if I changed back to normal round actually while I'm doing like more blendy stuff, because the infinity one, yeah, this is better for blending, I think. The infinity one just keeps laying paint down. Don't know why that's coming out so light. That's kind of baffling me a little bit. Weird. What if I do with... Yeah. I must have just grabbed an area that was lighter. Yeah, there we go. I must have just kept color picking from a lighter area. Well, that makes it a lot smoother. I don't know if in the end, I think that's a better idea or not. Maybe the everlasting oil is kind of better because it does keep the texture going. I'm having a real challenging time with this little corner of his head. That's alright, let's just use some pastels. Soften the area out a bit. What am I using? Medium? Yeah, that's fine. I'm losing my texture a little bit, but also maybe if I just kind of recolor pick from the original one. Yep. And down here, do. Alright, let's try to get some of these finer details in this mouth looking a bit more pronounced and cleaned up. Have these teeth nice. It should make a pretty big difference, I think. I think working at a smaller brush size is helping me out now. I'm past the stage of painting for the most part where I could use the larger brushes. It's time for some details. Certainly hope I can pull this off with the time constraints I've got. Go, 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 go. Definitely prefer the look of the oils. The pastel kind of makes things a little bit too smooth. In certain sections, I'm really trying to keep the look of the paint. Let's do a really like much more highly shiny area on the corners of his mouth. Yeah, and then let's try. I feel like it would be much more on this corner, the stronger highlights. Alright, I need some darker colours, some much darker colours on these edges for sure. Or is that going to conflict with the... That's tough. That's a tough decision. Like how do I keep the contrast up? That's probably a decision to make when I'm zoomed out, to be honest, so I can see what's going on a bit better. I'll just tidy up a little bit more in here. don't try not to focus in too much on the mouth details yet. I'm still not doing high refining, just like tidying. Mostly just cleaning up edges for the minute. Hopefully I'm not losing too much like color or effect that I had going on that I liked. It's always the danger with working close in like this. It's like over refining, over cleaning, and like making the thing a bit like look a bit sterilized. It's always a bit of a risk when you're zoomed in. Trying to make sure these teeth are even-ish. Don't have to be perfect. Yeah, I feel like this mouth is starting to look a bit too clean. Let's zoom out and take a look. It looks very clean. That's from using the pastel. That's okay. I can come in and introduce a little bit of variation with the oils. Just blend some more colors back in and make it look a bit more painted again. Yeah, that's a bit better. It's very the I think one of the more challenging things with this is creating that like painted look, but not too messy. It's like not too clean, not too messy. I still want it to look nice, looking like it's, you know, made using actual paint. Very challenging. Like this needs to get like worked together a little bit. I don't know how to. Let's see what we can. I feel like I'm making a little bit of mess. I'm just trying to get the. Actually, you know what, the pastel will work well for that, I think. It does it's a bit softer, but larger still. Now it's making a liar out of me and being really difficult to use. Alright, I'll work on that after. Not get caught up on little things for too long. Alright, back to the oils. Fix this bit up. So I feel like this body segment is not looking quite right at the moment. And I want to make it look like it carries on up past this fan bit. At the moment it looks like it's sort of broken off from it. What happens here? That's about it. That's how it should be, like that. Just put that bit up. Yeah. I've also lost something of this whisker. Should be coming out like up here. To be a bit more even on with the other side. Come on now. There we go. I'll do. What's the next best thing to be doing with this? This refining stage is probably like one of the harder parts for me. I start like wondering what's the next best thing to do. gets more tricky. I know these sails need, I wanted to put some like detail line bits in here. I might have to use the pastel for that, because the oils are just going to probably blend together a bit too much. That'll probably do. This part of the body is also just not sitting perfectly right with me. Alright, a bit better. What would be the next best? I think I need to add some, here's whatever you call these bits, tail fins, fin pieces, like his ear fins and his tail fins need some highlights. I've also noticed that the water back here is looking a bit strange. The colours are not quite simpatico. Okay, that's a bit better. Alright, let's try to clean up the shape of this fin piece as well. Maybe something like that. Yeah, that looks a bit better, I think. And we definitely need some more darks. Let's like pull this color and see what happens if I get some of that happening in here. Down in here. I think I already started using it before, actually. This side would be much more lit up. This side would be much darker, and we're looking at like a reflected lights here. So I'm going to try to darken out this side of Gary's face, because I feel like it would be have a fair bit of shadow going on. Maybe like a little bit of, let's get his normal color. Maybe like a little bit of highlight on his little cheek, like spilling through maybe. And then the rest would be like lots of quite a lot of shadow. Yeah, it's getting somewhere. Maybe I think I want to, actually I don't know what I want to do. A bit darker, bit less purple. I feel like it's just like, again, the colors are kind of like combining and making it a bit more purpley than maybe what I'm sort of aiming for. I think I want it to be more blue. Maybe make this brush a little bit bigger. Try to do some larger blending. Well, it's something. It's coming along. Jeez Louise, what was that? Let's just get some of this same. Actually, you know what? I won't. Urgh. I'll take what they used, I'll make it a bit darker, and I'll make it a bit bluer, because it was too purpley. So, alright, so how would these bits of body be acting? They would be quite shadowed, I think, around this side, and then they would have that edge, sort of edge lighting from like the reflected light and whatever else. And maybe a little bit up from the water as well, bit of bounce light kind of from the water. I really need to save this color so I don't have to kind of keep losing it. I'll stick it on a layer up here on its own so that I can just keep grabbing it easy. I'll lock that. Lock all. Whatever, just lock that layer. Alrighty, let's go around and drop in this dark blue wherever I think it's gonna go, which is not that many areas because it's a very sunny, well lit environment. So I feel like the shadows are probably not going to be too intense. It'll just be a few darker, but I feel like at the moment when I like squint my eyes and look at Gyarados where I'm at currently, he's looking a bit flat. I definitely need to get a little bit of shading going on. I'm just squinching my eyes again. So I probably want some really nice bright areas on here. Yeah, I feel like that's doing something. And then maybe also again some bounce light from the water, probably up on here. Blending into this probably. And where there's actually shadow would definitely be catching. I might break that up. I'll keep those two parts separate, so the darker part on the edge and the bounce light I'll keep separated. That's my decision, and I'm standing by it. Give me the pastel. God, it's hard to lay down color with the oils. It's hard to backtrack with the oils because they just smudge together. Alright, so I will have this hard edge nice and bright. Maybe in under here a little bit too. Yeah, just not quite that much. Blend. Just coming in too strong. Maybe I can pick something a bit fainter and get that in there. And then grab this color and get that underneath the, maybe not that big, underneath the jaw here. That looks kind of better. Definitely don't want that on this side though. I kind of want to use a very, 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 very bright color on this side. Something like that. It gets a bit thick on this side. Come on now. When the color just kind of won't do what you want. Alright, that's still needs some work here, but oof, that just made a mess. These paint tools are not necessarily the easiest thing to control, but they look nice when you can get them to kind of cooperate and do what you're trying to achieve. Again, I guess I'll focus on where there would be some shadow, and then I'll kind of zero in on doing some like bounce light off the water. I think that makes the most sense. One thing at a time, as quickly as I can, because still got to keep myself on track. What time is it now? 11:30. See, I'm going to have to break for lunch at 12. I've got to be strict on myself. I was supposed to have already taken a quick little break, but I didn't. Whoops. So, very strict on myself. Stopping for lunch, no matter what. Gotta take care of Gigi as well. I might keep it a quicker lunch than usual though. Like, I'll try to keep it to like 30 minutes. I'll just eat real quick, take care of Gigi, and then get straight back to it because kind of vital that I keep a move on with this. That looks better. Actually using this marker, this pen at random to add colors in. I'm definitely streaming this right? I better just double check. I feel paranoid since that one time it didn't work. Why is it just because it's not updated? Oh yeah, no, it looks okay. It's showing all the windows and everything. Cool. No problem. Yeah, using this pen, just randomly deciding to use this pen. That was a good choice. It's just to block in like really hard colors that need to... What am I going to do with this bit? No, I'll figure it out. I have to differentiate for his whiskers, his little long whiskery bits. The pen's actually pretty good. A pretty fantastic tool to come in and not have something that just blends with everything else and it actually puts hard color down. Can actually sort of get something done. It does blend a little bit though. Alright, come on. Need it a bit skinnier. Come on, around we go. Boop, boop, boop. Good. Doot. Clean up these bits a little bit. These long kind of lines are always the trickiest, absolute trickiest things to get right. Come on. Okay, I'm calling that success. Yeah, this is so helpful. The mouth is still feeling like kind of too neat in a way. Too clean and refined and maybe lost a bit of its shape and its character and stuff. That's alright. I'll just come around and scribble it up again a little bit. Ruin all the refining work I did. These shapes are... really got to get them right. I feel like this lip should come in a little bit more. I feel like that's maybe what the problem is. There's a bit of a... like the shape isn't strong enough. It was looking a bit too square. I think that's maybe what part of the problem is down here. On this side too, it's looking too square, hey? Should be kind of Should be kind of like and then I think, yeah. That's doing something to fix up that shape a little bit. And I need to pull this bit in. And maybe different color of water back here to sort of stand out against the... what do I want? Like maybe this? Yeah, that'll probably do. Whew, okay, let's see then. I'm gonna have to definitely need something to help this little whisker stand out a bit. Man, getting these colors right is so tricky. Oof, that's really dark. This whisker is like practically glowing. Everything I put on it is like so much darker. That bit might catch the light and then it might get a bit... The color might just sort of chill out through here a little bit. I want to get some highlights on this cheek a little bit too, like reflected light. Got to get that balance, the balance between the whisker and the... Yeah, see that's kind of too dark. But at the moment it's really glowing and it would kind of be falling a little bit more into shadow, I feel like, so... Except for maybe that bit. Oh lord, so tricky. And this would be in shadow, and then that last little bit might be catching a bit of light from behind, maybe. Half the battle with painting is just getting the right values. Is it too dark? Is it too light? You know, is it standing out enough? Is this standing out enough from that? So on and so forth. I'm getting there. Slowly, slowly, I'm getting there. Let's add some highlights over here. And some highlights in here. Don't know if I'll add any to the other side yet. I kind of like what's going on already there. This side, I feel like I'm going to try to do something real tricksy and try to make it like where his body is not, there's light coming through. I don't know if I'm going to pull that off or not. I guess I'll try to do the same on this side. Which means lighting this bottom bit up, even though I kind of like what's already happening there. But we'll see. See if this looks better. And then I'll try going slightly lighter again. Whoopsie. Same over here. And a little bit over here. And I'm going to get this really dark color and I'm going to go really small with this. I'm kind of going to go... I'll blend this in after, but I feel like I need this really strong shadow in here and I'm not doing it. Not doing it well enough by blending the paints in. Too strong? Or just strong enough? And I feel like this should be a very strong highlight. Perhaps. Yes? It's alright. I can do some blending, but I think this really dark color here was kind of needed. And probably down here as well. I'll go blend it in, but I've got to get some stronger, some darker values in here. Oh, my back, my back, my back. Let me see what happens if I grab the sky color. Oh yeah, no, that's too bright, hey. What if I use that color but darker? To create some more, to break apart these shapes a bit more. I think that works. I think that's worked. Let's use a dark color back here. And just work that in because I need the contrast. Yeah, coming along. Let's just do a quick save, shall we? Come on, you can do it. Saved. Hooray. Where did my window go? There it is. Okay, no worries. Alright, let's do a quick eye squint and let's make some decisions down around the base of Gyarados here. I think I want some of this color and I need to kind of create a little bit of... Oof. Too much. I can't get control of my paints. There we go. I just got to scribble over the area a bunch of times. Blend, blend, blend. What I think the airbrush might serve me well here. Make it really, oh, that's as big as it goes. Damn. And let's grab like this color and put it to multiply and just, let's see if this helps. Maybe I should have done this on a different layer in case, like, so I could compare back and forth because it's a bit risky making a larger adjustment like this. I can undo it and redo it. I think it makes sense to do it. I'll do this on a new layer as well. I'll try overlay because I want to get some brighter bits of water, sort of, yes, kind of just a little bit of a, it's too strong, glowy effect where it's the top of the water and then darker down here, but I want that in a blue like this maybe. I'll do another one and I guess I could just change the layer to multiply, but man, water is tricky, hey. Super tricky. And what have we got going on in the background? I still need to suggest some waves. I don't have any waves yet. I think the pen would be a really good tool for that. Should I squish these down? How many did I make? I think that's worth adding. And I think that's worth adding too. Although I might turn this one down a bit. How do I adjust the opacity of the layer? What's this ball do? Oh, there it is, look. Let's put it down to 50. Yeah, that's better. Alright, and I am going to... I know it's locked. Seriously, I can't even, like, look at it. Lock, paint. Okay. Alright, cool. Yeah, that's that one. So we'll put this one, we'll merge this one down. Looks good, and we'll merge this one down. Alright. Subtle changes. But let's try to get in some waves. So, can't kind of see this bit, but let's just, let's see that there's a wave going on. Maybe that's too strong of a color. I feel like it's standing out too much. And it's also kind of looking like some kind of shimmer on the water. And there's kind of like a little bit over here. Some bits that are breaking over here. Maybe I'm just too big. No, there's some bigger ones around in here. Alright, let's... I know I said it was too bright, but now... now I want to kind of define it a bit better. Yeah, there's not that many waves. I don't know if they're worth having in or if they're just kind of a distraction. I guess I'll decide. Am I still working on... No, it should be okay. It should be just on normal. There's also these rocks that come in here, but I don't know if I need to... I feel like that would just be a bit distracting. I think I'm just going to keep it a bit more simple and do a bit of blending up in here. Whoa, that's big. Yeah, those darker colours are definitely needed, that's for sure. Just got to blend them in a bit. Okay. I'm slowly making progress. I always get a little bit lost. The further I go into a painting, I get a bit like, what am I up to? What should I be doing? What's next, kinda. I always get to that what's next stage. Especially since I don't have, obviously I don't have a photo of Agaridos. What a shock to really be like looking at and knowing where to be adding more detail. I have to fudge it. That does not look right, does it? Or does it? Oh, yeah. Okay. I guess I have to just make some bold um choices for creating a bit of extra depth and stuff on this on Gyarados, because it's still looking fairly flat. So I've got to get around and just drop in things where I think they would be, and then work through it. because right now I think maybe like I'm just being a bit too careful. I only need to just define some extra shapes on here. Wow, now that came in very strong. It's really funny how sometimes it puts down the colours so strong. So strong. Like way too much. And then other times you're desperately trying to get like move backwards, take the colour off, and it won't. Sometimes the colour comes in strong and sometimes you can't get rid of the colour. A colour won't almost go down at all, almost. Alright, so I'm thinking quite a strong like shine. I'll get the sky color. It's like sky reflection, kind of a shine on Gary's back up here. For the love of goodnessness, blend back in. I'm using that. You're gonna make me use the pen tool again. So if I've got quite a strong shine on this area, and I have to pull this back a bit, then this, I've got to make sure I've got this, what did I call it? Whisker. This whisker has to be standing out enough. Oh, so tricky. Oh, so tricky. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll grab like Gyarados' normal color and I'll try to get some of that in here. I've got to fix this shape before I fix the whisker. Alright, now maybe I'm ready to do the whisker. Seems a bit better. Like it's standing out a little bit better. Oof, I can't get rid of this color. Ah. Just about due for that lunch break, I think, because having my headset on. Maybe it's sitting on something funny. Yeah, it's my hoodie. Ouch. It's kind of been pressing on my head. Alright. So such a slow process. So much back, like toing and froing, backing and forthing, like trying to make the shapes right. Still kind of cranky about this area. From like right from the beginning, something about this area is like not sitting properly with me. That's okay. Little bit by little bit, we'll get there. We'll get the right shapes, we'll get the right everything. All will be good. Let's grab this color and see if bringing some of that along here does something good. So I definitely need to suggest the water across here a little bit, cutting it across, and even there might be just a very very subtle suggestion of the body down here, and then like some water over the top. That's the tricky thing about painting water. It's so dynamic and so like, you know, it picks up color and light and reflections in all different ways. Very tricky. A piece coming up here, a piece coming up here. Awesomely, fantastically challenging thing to paint. But it is challenging to make it look right. I want it to look like water, obviously. Probably goes without saying, but I wanna do it right. I wanna do it justice, kinda. That's what I'm trying to say. Alright, now this is I kind of want to suggest the water here a bit more as well. Maybe I need a bit of dark blue, maybe. I'll do that first. I'll get some dark blue in there to help me show the shape of how the water's going. Um, yeah, this area is a bit messy. I'm trying to sort of like tighten this area up, make it look a bit more refined and like what I want it to be look like conveying. At the moment it's just a bit messy. And this is the slightly tricky area because Gyarados would be casting some shadow here from its body. So I'm trying to work that in. Without completely losing its body underwater as well. Okay, and then I feel like I want to pull in some of this light sky blue. And then I might drop this yellow bit back because he's sort of like further back in the water. I feel like at the moment it's maybe a little bit too yellow, too bright as well. Given that this would be the brightest part of what's underwater, what you can see of him underwater. And then this would definitely be darker. So let's just try to mix in some more green and knock this right back. He's definitely going to be having some bounce light from whatever light is hitting the bottom, like sand or rock or whatever, and then like bouncing back up and maybe illuminating the lower part of his belly under the water just a little bit. I still got to try to get all this detail, shape, like to get the right shape in here. This is going to be one of the more challenging areas of the whole painting, I think. So difficult to visually convey what I'm going for. And there's also meant to be waves here. This bit hitting up against him, so I'm trying to think about what that would look like. So challenging. And this detail would definitely be getting how do I say? Oof, my alarm's going off. Scared me. Alright, well, sorry, I kind of got a little bit of a heads up for lunch. But I've got to take a bit of a break now. Take care of myself, take care of my dog. Um, I'll try to keep it to about 30 minutes. I'll do my best. And then come back and keep going with this because I've got a deadline to meet for this. So I've got it. I'm going to keep going with it. Definitely. Um, so to anyone that's watching right now, might be listening, I will be back. I just got to take a little bit of a break. It's hard to make myself stop, but I have to. It's important. I'm just getting a bit fixed on this area, which I'm just noticing is the shape is kind of off. A bit better? I think it's a bit better. I definitely want a really hard line. I'm going to use the pen. I definitely want a really hard line between, I've decided, between Gyarados and the water. This will probably require some blending in. Maybe that part needs to be light, probably. And this part probably needs to be like a dark, more like a dark green. And this bit is like that, and then I'm wanting to have some, like, water splishing up here, like that. Maybe that's too much. Maybe it needs to be like a bit more of a subtle whoop, like a bloop. Maybe that's a bit better. Yeah, it's a little bit better, I think. I'm saying that's more along the lines of what I was aiming for. And the little splash over here, like, something like that. Maybe a little bit of a curl back on this bit. And this should be rounder. Oops. Alright. His face is... That's alright, I'll come back to that. His face is... I'll blend this in, don't worry. Don't worry about it. Where's his original colour? Alright, I'm doing a really terrible job of stopping for my much needed and entirely essential break. Lunch break. That was like a hungry hiccup. A hiccup of hunger. Actually don't feel that bad. That's how you fool yourself. You're not paying attention. You don't realize that you're actually really hungry. Really thirsty. Blah blah blah. All the other things. That just doesn't make sense for it to be lit up. Alrighty. just have to rip this off like a band-aid kind of thing. Just make myself stop, because otherwise I just won't. I gotta come back and this is gonna be some very fine work. Doing like a darker edge on this whisker to make it stand out. I'll come back and deal with that after. Same on this side. Gotta get the right shape. Where did I put my lunch banner thingy? Let's do a save. Well, let's do the responsible thing and eat food and drink and do the things you gotta do. Let me have a see. Look if I've still got my lunch banner thingy on the desktop, or if I put it away. I think I put it away. It must be in here. Yep, there it is. Alright, I'm gonna leave this on screen for a minute. Wait a minute, there was one with writing, wasn't there? Yeah, there was one with writing. That's not the right one. There it is. Hey, hey. There we go. And it's bigger. Can I like just make this go away for a bit? I can't be bothered right now. Okay, I'm gonna leave this like this. I'll be back in about... Well, I've got the back too. I guess I better put the thing, hadn't I? I'm gonna set myself a timer for 30 minutes and see if I can do it. Timer. There is no 30-minute timer. Can I type? Please tell me I can type. No. No. Save. Let's do that. And can I do this and then this? Yes. Alright, there's my countdown. I'll be back. I'll try to do this in 30 minutes. Alright, I'm back. 1 whole minute early. Whew. Alright. Let's see where we're up to then. My microphone's still, yep, my microphone's good. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Um, okay. What do I need to focus on? I'll dismiss that. Alright. What time is it now? 12:30. Oh my goodness. How long do I have? I'm cutting it really close. I'm definitely gonna have to sort of stop before it's like as complete as I would like, that's for sure. I'm gonna estimate that my partner might be home by 3:30. I've still got sort of like that card that I wanted to do more work on as well. Like a birthday card that I wanted to do more work on. What has happened here? We've lost. I feel like I've lost the shape of this part of the Gyarados' head somehow. It happens. Details get lost sometimes. It's fine. Just clean it up a little bit. That's probably like ridiculously bright to have on the edge, but it's probably a bit better. It's probably okay. And maybe a little bit of that hyper bright color down here. Yeah, not bad. I'm trying to hang on a second. I'm trying to keep myself like calm, given that I have, you know, I'm really running out of time to really do any more work on this. So if I'm doing these like big like kind of like sighs, it's basically just to try to calm myself down. I feel so silly for not having started this sooner. I kind of couldn't work on it yesterday because I had a friend of mine who comes around and does art with me pretty much every single week. He was here, and you know, I can't really sit at the PC while I've got someone over. We kind of sit at the dining table and just draw over there. All right. Let's try to blend these bits in a tiny bit. This is one of those colors where it's sort of like it won't blend. Let me try the round instead. Yeah, okay, maybe that's slightly better. And I feel like this one would be catching the most light of the three. Come on now, go back. I'll just be coming down sort of in this kind of a pattern, and this there'd be a little bit up here under the chin as well, surely. I feel like that. It's just getting more and more difficult. I mean, there's this rough bit in here. I've got to look for the rough bits that I've got to clean up. Focus on that. So like this right here. This is obviously still looking extremely scrappy. Let's just do a bit of a zoom in. Clean that up. Oh, my dog's coming in, trying to ask me for something. I think she wants she usually gets like a chew kind of treat after she has a meal, like a denta chew kind of thing. But we've been out for the past few days and she won't accept it. So she kind of just sort of keeps asking. But, you know, I got nothing to give her. She won't accept it though. I just have to keep telling her no. I just have to keep telling her it's all gone, it's all gone, it's all gone. Sorry, can't help you, it's all gone. Poor girl. Too smart for her own good. And now she's asking to go outside. I literally just took her out while I was on my lunch break. And it's raining, so she sort of just like went toilet real quick and then, you know, came right back in. That might have been because she was sort of like had the false hope of getting a treat when she came back inside. That sometimes that'll make her like hurry when she's out there. She'll just like go real quick and then rush back inside and be like, okay, yeah, where's my treat? So maybe it was that. That's why she was so quick. She actually didn't care it was raining. Sometimes she'll just stand around out there in the rain like a twit. Yeah, I gotta just like try and tell her, Gigi, we already went outside. No more, okay? She's really very patient. Like this whole, ever since I started like 8 a.m., she's been like really quiet, really just chill. She hasn't caused any problems, but now she's getting a bit restless. I can't really take her for a stroll because it's raining outside. So, like maybe later. I suppose this would be casting a shadow, wouldn't it? And I feel like the angle on this is still like really crazy awkward. I've got like people coming around for dinner tonight for my girlfriend's birthday, so we have to do like a run to the shop still and grab some groceries, and then I'm going to be the one doing the cooking because obviously it's her birthday, so I got so much to do today, even after all this painting and everything. These little bloops of paint. They're kind of cool. I'm going to leave them. I mean, if they look okay zoomed out, which I assume they must because I'm only really noticing now that I'm zoomed in, I just fill this in with whatever, to be honest. Like, it's fine. I'll fix it when I zoom back out, as long as there's none of these like white patches sneaking in. Alright, it's looking kind of cool actually. I kind of like it. Now this area. I feel like what I might try to do to create a bit of difference in this area is get the highlighted like rim of the water where it would like sort of like cling up against the edge of the character's body here. do a bit of blending on this. That yellow is actually okay because there actually probably would be, realistically, some yellow sort of, because the Gyarados would be obviously all like wet and shiny, there probably would be some yellow catching, like reflecting from the tummy over here onto this area. Oops. I think if I use a small oil brush to get these like little bits done, like it, will stay loose enough. Let's try doing this section. Let's see how it turns out. Oh, it's pretty tricky. I'm gonna use the lighter color maybe, and it's pretty hard to get it blended in nicely, to be honest. That's okay. Let's just do our best with it. Get this bright a bit up here. It's kind of not exactly maybe how as blended as I would like to see it, but I really need those darker edges there to get these bits standing out. And I need to do something here as well. I think I'm going to opt to, I'll use the this one to lay the color down real heavy. But yeah, I think I'm going to opt to, hello Weapon Man, how are you doing? Good intro. Good self-introduction. The gun is here, nice. While you're here, just witnessing the progress of a big Gyarados. Taking shape very slowly. I'm kind of on a time crunch. This is meant to be a birthday present for someone, but I'm going as quick as I can. Oh, you're good. That's good to hear. Nice. I'm also good. Just a little bit under pressure. Really got to make this Gyarados work. Let's do some little nose details on this little guy. Cute, cute, cute. And I feel like the... Oof, that is definitely the wrong thing. There we go. What have you been up to, Weapon Man? How have you been spending your day so far, or night, wherever you are? Depending on where you are. There we go. Maybe need this dark color. No, I definitely don't. I need to use a light color for sure. Alright, let's try to create a nice light edge over here. Man, difficult. I feel like I'm going to need to refine the background a tiny bit as well. Cool. I guess I need to do a little bit of blending here as well. Man, this one doesn't want to play nice with the blending. There we go, that's a bit better. Yep, better. And here as well. It's got to do it almost all in one fell swoop almost. Sort of... Nah, that's not what I want. Yeah, it's kind of not blending, kind of not quite blending the way I want over here. It's being a bit tricky. Bit tricky. Oops. Why is it that sometimes it just doesn't want to give you the colour? Don't know. Mystery. It's alright, I'll use pen. How about that? We override. And just override that issue right there. Also, this needs to... the shape needs to be fixed here. And we possibly need to get like this colour and run a bit of shadow down along here. And here as well. There we go. Clean this up. Clean this up. Back to my paints. Blend it in a bit. Alright, and alright, what other areas are a bit messy? This is pretty messy. So badly running out of time. Let's grab the original colour, this one. Make sure we're not getting too far away from it. Oh geez, I really mixed some blue in there. Okay. Alright, let's zoom out and see where we're at. Boop boop. Alright, let's also do a bit of tidying on this landscape. Oh, okay, look, you know what? I'm going to use this to get the colours in. And get rid of all these white patches that are just making the whole thing look a bit like more unfinished. It is unfinished, but making it look more unfinished. Alright, keep going, keep going. Gotta keep my speed up. Oh, is it? There's like a bit there and a bit there. Good, good, good. I kind of, actually it would be good to get this here. Really get set up a bit better contrast around this area for the whatever this is, horn, fin, sail, whatever you want to call it. More contrast around that, and then some of this lighter color for this area. It's a bit a little bit of a, to get it to work in there. Alright, let's try just doing a little bit of blending and see how we go. I think I'm kind of maybe just gonna get away with it if I just blend it in a little bit. Yeah, not too bad, I think. I should stick to larger sized brushes for the background so that I don't get too many sharp details happening, and maybe a bit bigger than this, because otherwise the background details are gonna start distracting, like taking attention from Gyarados if I'm not careful. Alright, what other colours are going on over here? I've got these nice greens. Where is it? It's kind of like here. Maybe this is a bit too bright, perhaps. And then we've got some like coastal cliff kind of bits going on. Again, I'm just trying not to go crazy on the detail in the background, because it's really gonna start distracting from Gyarados if I do. I just gotta keep reminding myself, keep telling myself, don't go overboard. I think we'd get a bit of sky color in here. I don't want to go too bright because they've got a good contrast between the ear fin thing and the background currently, so I don't want to mess with that too much. Oh, what did I do? There we go. I must have unselected my tool by accident. I need to add some. These are too big. Let's try 15. I need to add a little bit of horizontal strokes into the water over here to make it look a bit more like water. Over here is a little bit messy. That's all part of the one thing, isn't it? I've got to get this a bit more. There we go. Alright, and I need some dark. What? Dark blue here. And probably some light blue here. Oops. It's okay. 1 p.m. already, my god. I'm working on this for... Let me count how many hours I've been on this so far. About 5 hours, like less. Take my, my brief lunch break, my brief 30-minute lunch break. So 4.5 hours, I think that makes it. One effort. Anyone who thinks 4.5 hours of mad rush painting is not a bit tiring, you'd be wrong. It's very tiring. It's taking a lot of concentration. Alright, I still feel like there's not enough going on the face. There's like... I still feel like... let me get the pen. What can I do? I know he's got kind of like this shape here. This like really strong... Maybe I can put a line here as well. I would want to use this, I think, if I do that. needs to be stronger. No, that's too dark. Let's try this. That's a bit better. So hard. Alright, let's go to the eyes because I want to get this really dark. Maybe even darker than that, like something along these lines, and really, really get in there for the eyes. Because I really want them to stand out the most. And let's try to get some details as well. Pretty small. Some details coming out of the... Come on now. Cooperate. Oopsie. Let's grab this color. Go darker. Alright, let's just see what that looks like before I... Yeah. Yeah, okay. Acceptable. Before I commit to this other eye, do the same thing. And definitely need to get some shadow on this, don't I? Really? Like probably... Yeah, this is probably all shadowed out if I'm being very... trying to do a good job of that. That's probably all in shadow. Okay, and there wouldn't really be any on this side. This side would be completely, I think, catching the sun. Alright, and let's do some sort of like detail lines on this side as well. Trying to decide if I should do darker for these sections. I think I will. Oof, not so saturated. And I suppose I might do this on a separate layer because I'm not sure how I'm gonna feel about it. But I'm gonna do like a really strong there and maybe a bit bigger than that down here. Too big. 10 maybe. And then kind of like maybe a small one on this side. And back down to 10 again. Alright, let's zoom out and see how it looks. I think I'll get rid of this one. Or should I? Really hard. Really hard to make a decision on that. I'll leave it for now. Okay. I can probably think about doing some really strong bright colors with in a similar fashion, kind of like maybe about 20. It's probably still a bit small. Yeah, it's still pretty teeny tiny, hey? Let's try 40. Yeah, that'll do. hell with this line. Trying to make this line work. That'll do, I think. And back to almost white. Or else do I need some bright, like, probably smaller back there, like 20 something. Definitely need to figure out what the heck is going on with the shape here. Not very. It's not quite right. It's probably a tiny bit better just adding that definition there. This still needs to come up, I think. Man, getting all these shapes right has been so tricky. Jump back to my oils for a second and do some blending over here. Okay, maybe not. Back to the pen for a second. Alright. Something about this just won't be right. Won't work the way that I want it to. Maybe if I... That's so frustrating. Alright, maybe if I zoom in here a little bit. So because I'm trying to work around this whisker. Making things extra challenging. Alright. S. Better. Let's just try to get some oil textures in there. Oh, for the love of God. Sometimes the paints are just super, super, super tough to control. Alright, let's try really hard to blend this in. Okay, good. Alright, pretty possible, I think. Alright, let's just like scroll around real quick and look for bits that look kind of shoddy. Definitely need tidying. I feel like at this point I could do a bit of a, like print it out and see what it looks like physically like print it out that might help me make some decisions about what areas really need attention. I feel like that's kind of a good move at this point, since I'm having it's getting harder and harder to know where to put my attention. Oh, this is still sketch under here. I was like, what trippy nonsense is going on down here? But it's literally the original, like, part of the sketch that I can still see through. Wild. Okay. Oops, that's not what I want. I want kind of like that. Alright, all in all, I feel like it's come along fairly well. Like, I could probably easily spend the rest of the day uh, mulling over this and like continuing to improve it and refine it and everything. But I feel like it's almost at a stage where it's probably okay. Like good enough, I would consider it good enough to say the quality's high enough to gift it. Oh, was that a bit of cheek in there? I'll leave it then. Alright, let me have a look over here. The shape of this is a bit, what's the word? Where's my pen? The shape of this is a little bit uniform, I want to say. It could definitely be a bit more jagged. And what's this doing? It's kind of like just do. Something like that. And then this back part needs to be dropped back, and I definitely need some oils for that. I kind of do. I want like a hard enough line between these two land masses. Kind of like that blue coming in there. That's very cool. Oh, I need the pen again. Yeah, I want enough like differentiating between these two chunks of land, so that yeah, this one looks like it's sitting well behind that other one. I think that color change there has the color change is like strong enough. Oh, that is not working well. I need the everlasting oil for this, and I've got to try to get the right color, otherwise it's not gonna look right. Alrighty. Alright, clean up in around here a little bit. I love how the paints, the virtual paints, blend into one. And look at this, is so nice. Like it's literally looks like wet paint that's smushed together. It looks amazing. Never get tired of seeing it somehow. I'm just endlessly impressed by it. Alright. Probably don't need that anymore. No. Turn off. There we go. Alright, a couple little patchy bits in here to just kind of scribble over. Get some texture happening. It's looking a bit flat at the moment. I'll zoom back out and take a look at it in a minute. Just make sure there's no wide patchy nonsense going on up here. Maybe blend these in a tiny bit because they're looking a bit sharp and they're going to stand out too much, I think. Okay. Alright, around here a bit of blending. Okay. Blend, blend, blend. Good, good, good. Couple of patchy bits. I feel like I need to zoom out here and reference the photo a bit more, and get this bit working a little bit better, because this is it's very loose at the moment. All of this is maybe like too undefined potentially. I'll see when I zoom out. This is also sort of like another landmass. It all joins back up in together, but too late. And this is kind of grasses and stuff. Over here you can only just see a little bit. This orange is really nice though. This is like amber color. Really nice. Such a beautiful place. I think maybe it might be like too... I don't really want to introduce too many colors over here, because these colors are already quite strong. These like plants, these grasses back here, I was debating whether I even put them in, but I think I really want to. They add, I think they add something. I just won't make them competing for attention for the foreground with the character, with Gary Dose. Pen, clean this up. Let's use some like very white for like the foamy bits. We're getting a little bit of breaking happening on the waves. Oops, but not onto this. Definitely not onto this. And a little bit over here too. Okay, and then like a little bit around this edge, kind of. And then here. I hope this looks alright when I zoom back out. I strongly suggest don't do too much work on your picture zoomed really far in like this, because when you zoom out it might not look like kind of what you were imagining. You might be like losing too much detail, or yeah, you know, whatever, kind of like changing things in ways that don't look right when you zoom, like looking at a distance. Close up, like it looks okay, it looks fine, you know, but you don't have that better perspective, the wider perspective of when you're further out on the painting. So I'm going to zoom out now and hope that looks good. Maybe I made them a bit bright, because now they're really bright and they're kind of competing with Gyarados. So I probably shouldn't have. Put the white over the top. That's what I mean about working zoomed in. Just gonna add a few rough details to this cliff, but not, hopefully not too much. Trying not to go overboard. It's a very, very, very strong colour that I'm using right now. Be careful of it. I feel like there'd probably be a little bit of waves breaking up here. The thing is, they would be like in shadow kind of, so I think the best thing I can do to try to bring those down is to use the airbrush a tiny little bit and just grab one of the more subtle colors. Wow, now I'm gonna have to zoom right in to do it. Oh my god, there we go. All right, I'll take the airbrush way down. Maybe it might be easier if I do it on a multiply layer. I'm gonna try that. I'll just do this as multiply. It shouldn't make a massive difference to the water, but it should make a decent difference to the waves, hopefully. It should only darken things, I think. Come on, fade out, guys. Fade out, I tell ya. You're too bright. I think it is making a little bit of a difference. That was my mistake. Working zoomed in. It'll get you every time. Alright. Whoops. Oh, I've got to stretch a little bit. Alright, let me see what's going on with these cliffs as well, because I think there needs to be more bits over here. How does it go? Yeah, there's kind of like this lit area right here that's like catching some light, catching some of the sun. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm working on the wrong flipping layer, aren't I? Yep. Okay, I'm just gonna squidge it down. Merge. It's fine. I was okay with the stuff I'd done. I just need to get this worked in a bit better. I was wondering why the colors were going down so hard. It's like, huh, that's not usual. And realized pretty quickly. Oh, Gigi dog. I can't take you out right now. I can't take you out for lovely adventures right now. Let's try to, Maybe pastel would help with this. Yeah. Just wanted a bit more texture here. That looks better. Pastel's really great for adding, especially if you're going like a lighter color over a dark color, or vice versa. Really great for adding in some sort of like scratchy texture. How's that look? Looks like something like that. Nah. Yeah. Maybe a little bit of that. But kind of light. And it's kind of broken up. It's like one piece like that, and then one piece up here. And then it just still goes back to the rock, so it kind of falls back into shadow again. And there's kind of a break here as well. Do I bother with that much kind of detail? I think it's kind of suggesting the shape a bit better. Go back to oils for a sec, because I want to keep that predominantly that oil paint texture that's going on through the whole thing. So try to clean up around this a little tiny bit. Yeah, obviously this is like, you know, not exactly accurate to how it looks, but that's not too bad. What else over here? This bit's like one of the trickier parts to get looking right. That'll do, I think. There's a lot more of this like cliff face going on here, but I think I'd rather leave it. Yeah, I kind of like it as it is for now. What else? I have to figure out this section. This is it. This is the final hour, because I'm very fast running out of time. It's kind of been bothering me the whole painting. Something is just off over here, and it's time to fix it. That actually kind of already looks a bit better. Maybe I just need to create a tiny bit more obscurity. Over in this section. Seems like whatever color I'm on is doing the trick as well. It's really helping. Okay, somehow that's helped. Somehow whatever I just did has helped, I think. Think. Alright, this needs to come out a little bit more. Then get blended in a little bit. Oh, I'm on infinity thingy, aren't I, again? Everlasting, yeah. Gotta go back to this to get some blending that I want and go down. Alright, I'm close. I feel like I'm close. I'm so close to fixing the issue. can do it. What do I need here? I need darker. I need like maybe this color. Yeah, there's something up with the water here that's bothering me. Yeah, let me have a look. Yeah, we're pretty close. I think I was just suggesting the wrong part of the body or something in the wrong way or something like that. I don't know. Let's just get a bit more water shapey business going on. Let's use this is too wide. This is not the right color. God, my dog's really asking to go outside now. She probably needs to poop. Alright, I am almost satisfied with whatever the issue was down here. I feel like that's the best it's been so far. It's because there should be something over here. And there should be another piece around here, I think. ArtRage, okay. Alright, to anyone who's listening / watching, I've just quickly got to take her outside because I think she legitimately has to go bathroom right now. So, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Yeah, getting so close. Alright, let's save this. I'll be right back. Like 5 minutes, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Didn't actually watch to see if she went to the toilet, but I just assumed she did. She may still just be nagging for a chew treat, but we don't have any, so she's gonna have to accept it. Alright, I feel like I definitely want to create some definition between these two areas, because I'm suddenly very aware that I'm not fancying this situation. Better? Yeah, that's better. These paints really lend themselves quite well to doing water because of how much they blend together. And water having the, very much having the property of kind of swirling colours together and stuff, you know what I mean? Works really well, I think. Maybe that's just not the right colour to be using there, hey? I'm kind of liking this area because it's I just need some more colours though. Again, I feel like maybe not the right effect getting carried on there, but yeah, this bit needs to do something like that, and this bit needs to be better pronounced like that. I feel like I'm pretty close to having something that's like what I would consider to be satisfactory. I don't want to F up those two bits. I want to stuff up these two bits of thingies. Oh, I get this dark area here. And this very dark, and just drop a few of these in. What else can I do? I'm gonna have to zoom. No, just the plus, please. Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna go small, and I'm gonna just. And this was sort of standing out to me. Okay, back out again. Not too bad. I think I'm going to grab this really bright color and create a bit of an edge highlight here, like that. Maybe one here as well. Oh, it wouldn't go down that far, would it? Dang it. This part's kind of tricky. I think that's got it. I'll straighten up this line a little bit. bad. What else? Maybe some really bright sort of streaks to sort of suggest the creases or the fan shape on here, like seep through just in here a little bit. It's not too bad, I think. And something a bit darker from this section. Okay, maybe that's a little bit too much darker. Maybe just that much. Maybe that's still too much. Alright, I'll leave that. I'm coming down to the crunch. I think the last really big kind of thing I might want to add is like some stronger reflection blobs for with the sky, kind of the sky color, especially around the edge of where Gyarados' shadow would be cast, which would still be here. I don't know how to deal with this bit right now. Paintbrush. This color maybe. Kind of trying to define the. It's not really working very well. A little bit better. Let's go very bright. Let's try to. Yeah, I don't know if this is. If I'm gonna. Let's go to like 12. Don't know if it's gonna be worth adding these little. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, so I'm gonna leave it. What time is it now? It's almost 2. I'm so close to being out of time. It's not bad as it is. So what I might do is make a layer, and then I'll make it a. No, I don't need layer effects. I don't think I need blending modes. Blend mode. Let's go multiply, and let's get my soft airbrush. Let's get something like a greeny blue, and let's have a look about like adding some extra like depth, like depth of shadow areas. I'm going to avoid the whisker. Where Gyarados' shadow would be in here, I feel like is a useful place. Maybe over here where the tail is. Just not that big. Yeah, a little bit of a drop shadow for the tail. I still want to have some extra shadows coming down under here, maybe. Yeah, most of him's really going to be in the bright sun. I just wanted a little bit of extra something, like especially under here. I feel like this is where I'm really lacking. Like the depth of the shadow under here is where I'm really needing it. Make this nice and smaller. Try to get a little bit of shadow happening on the teeth even. It's probably a bit green. Really a bit green right now for these teeth. I don't want to be bleeding out here either into the lip area. Maybe a little bit of a. So let's see what it looks like without and with. Without and with. Yeah, I think that's really worthwhile. Squish that down. Merge. Get a little bit of extra highlight on his tongue area here where the sun's really catching it. Kind of good. And let's be really cheeky. Do a layer. Go to the old blend mode again. Go to color dodge. Grab my airbrush. Make it all the way as big as it goes. We'll grab this nice purple that's in the eye. I don't know if I can get away with it because the airbrush in this one is like too too, what's the word? It doesn't get big enough, like the maximum brush size for the airbrush is kind of too small. I'm wondering if I do some color dodge down here with a green blue. I'll just bump the opacity up to see if it, yeah, I really need, I feel like it doesn't work the same as in Fire Alpaca. Blend mode, color dodge. Maybe I need a linear dodge. Or vivid light. Oh, shivers. Yeah, these are different. It could be vivid light or linear light that I'm actually kind of thinking of. Yeah, okay, that's sort of more what I'm looking for. Yeah. Yep. That's definitely what I was thinking of. I got slightly different names in Fire Alpaca. In Fire Alpaca, it's just the dodge tool. What am I on right now? Oh, I guess I've got to leave it there because I got the effect that I was after on one section. Okay, well, I got it done for one section, so let me try. I'll merge it down. What's on here? The shines on the eyes, I'm going to keep them, so I'll merge it down. Hopefully I don't regret doing that. This was just the layer for that. I don't need it. Delete. And this was my original sketch. There it is, original sketch. Definitely lost a little bit of the shape on the mouth. Not too bad though. I can't get caught up on things too much. Gotta keep going. The hell is that? Get out of here. Oh yeah, these colors. I wanted to do some more of these. Like little. I really liked those colors. As a how do I say, reflection, like a reflection from the sky. Really nice color, beautiful. Oh, blend a little bit in over here. Too much. Very, very nice. Yeah, definitely can't blend too much over here. I think I'm just going to keep them to one kind of area rather than spreading them out too much. Just try to fine tune this area a tiny bit. Come on now. Just be the color I want you to be. Do the thing I want you to do. I think that like it's kind of suggesting a ledge. Like a ledge and then a drop off. I think. I'm kind of getting that. I feel like it's creating that impression a little bit. This area is a bit messy, isn't it? I'll try to bit smaller then. Try to neaten up over here a tiny bit. Alright. Just feeling that that was one of those sighs of oof. It's getting close. You know, time is almost up. I can't get this area quite as nice as I would like. It's probably because I need to go smaller. I wonder why it goes down so hard there, but not so hard there. I'm on the right layer. I'm only on like the one layer. Too bright, maybe? Yeah, some of these darker lines over here look kind of good actually. Oh yeah, I was going to try and get one more of those glowy bits going on. So, I think it was linear light is the one I used to use. Like back in Photoshop. I think. Or as in, is it linear light? It kind of doesn't look like it. Dang it. Blend mode. Vivid light? Let's try vivid light. That kind of doesn't look right either. Easier to do in Fire Alpaca. Yeah, they don't look right at all. It's meant to kind of create this like glowing effect. Maybe it was color dodge. That's kind of more like it actually. But yeah, it's just too strong. I wonder if there's a blur. There must be. Filters. Blur layer. There it is. Cool. Cool. So if I do knock these in, these cheesy looking glows right around here, maybe around his cheek a little bit, up on his head fin thingy, maybe a bit on that one, a little bit here, a little bit here. If I do that, and also on that eye, but less, maybe that much, and then I say filter and I say blur layer. Is it showing me the effect? Must be, right, because I kind of can't see it now. Yeah, there we go. I feel like about 5. I'll say okay. Cool. I feel like that's done something. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. on the dot. I don't know. I don't think there's anyone in chat right now to give me some opinions, but merge it down. There we go. Maybe I'll use some pastels to make a bit of a cleaner but a softer edge. Oopsie. Oopsie. And do I bother trying to... Let's make the pastel... How big does the pastel get? That big. It's not that much. Oh my gosh, grabbing the right color because there's so many colors in. Ugh. It's not going to happen, is it? I don't think it's going to happen. I'm worried I'm just going to make a big, big bloody mess. Alright. Yeah, stuff it. There's a few little wisps of cloud, but I don't think I need to worry about it. I do have a blur. Where was the blur? Palette knife, I think. Instant blur. Let's have a shot to soften out. Nah, I don't like it. Don't like it. I prefer just the texture of the paintbrush. Well, I think I'll do a test print. This bit also, I'm used to scrolling on my mouse to zoom in. My other software. I think these splashes look like a bit not quite right, so I'm going to try to get something a bit better happening with those. It's like mess them up a bit and hope that it looks better. Alright, zoom out. Yeah, that actually kind of does look better. Nailed it. Okay. Yeah, this was cheesing me right off as well. My girlfriend had better not just randomly walk in the door because I would die. Okay, let's get this. Let's grab a nice strong white color and let's scribble in some nice strong loops of highlight for these water, the edges of the water. Looks pretty good. I'm kind of looking at this bit and thinking like get some of this brighter color and smear it out over here a bit for some reason. That's my instinct and I'm going with it. And extend that bit. It's kind of right, I think. No, I don't like that. Something about this is just not, that's maybe a bit better. Oh, that actually worked kind of well. Just gotta get it right. Yes, it's kind of good. Smaller maybe? What are you doing? No. Smaller. Yeah. Little bits of like, streaky little bits of like foam and whiter. Yes. It's like really strong little highlights catching in the light over there. It's good. I think it works. This area would probably also be pretty strongly lit. And some areas around here too. I'm totally gonna fix this bit a little bit because I feel a little dissatisfied with it. A bit better. Damn, we just can't get that one stroke to work. Nah, just not working for me. Alright, definitely too thick for this area. This bit would be like lit back up. I feel like the sun would be kind of like catching in here, so I feel like it would be showing more of the color through the water. If that makes sense. Which probably doesn't, because I'm not explaining it well. What am I on? Am I on infinite? No, I'm on normal. Good. Okay. I feel like because there'd be more light around here, it would be kind of like showing a bit more of the color of Gyarados' body under the water, just on that little section there. Maybe there would still be a shape catching around here as well. I don't know. Frig. Every time I think I've got it sorted out, like finished, like I'm like, yes, I did it. I fixed it. I go back to it. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, I did it. I fixed it. I said that before. And here I am, back working on this one section again. Yeah, I'm gonna call it at that, I think, because like there's only so much you can do. Um, yeah. There would definitely be like some very bright um, shimmers in the water. I feel like of this beautiful orange. Probably more so down in this area where it's like not too dark, not too bright. A little bit untidy through here. A little bit messier than I kind of want it to be in this area. Very tricky. This area is also like a lot less clear than what I want it to be. I want this coming to a bit more of a, maybe I can use the pen here. I want this coming to a bit more of a point, like, yeah, even that tiny little adjustment like helped, I think. Alright, jump back on that oil for a second. See if I can just blend that in a tiny bit. This has to be one of the more difficult paints I think I've ever attempted. Partially because it's water's always hard, but also just because I'm having to just do what I think looks right for lots of these colors, because you know, as I said earlier, I don't have a photo of a Gyarados in water to reference. So it's very challenging. But hopefully that's, you know, like convincing enough. Hopefully what I've got here is kind of like just enough to create the illusion of what I'm trying to suggest. In some areas the paint smudging like that really like does me favors, and sometimes it really doesn't. Alright. Jeez. Well, it's after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I think I've got to the point now where I'm going to have to do a test print whether I like it or not. I want to keep going, as always. There has to be a, you know, at some point when you say like you have to go to the next phase of the thing, you know. And I'm fairly happy with it. As I said, I want to do more, I want to do better, I want to keep improving it. Maybe I still will come back to this and like work on it a bit in future and try to make it even better. I have got that time constraint on me today. So, you know, ready or not, I have to move to the next phase, which is a test print to see if there's anything which stands out really strongly as a big issue that like really needs attention. And then I'd come back and do some adjustments, but I guess I probably won't stream for that part. Because I've got to, yeah, I've obviously got to print it and look over it and la 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 la. And I'll do that. I'll finish. I think I'm just about to kind of like call it on the stream for today. Because, yeah, as I also mentioned earlier, I've still got to finish off sort of like the birthday card, which is in traditional mediums. I'm doing that in watercolor and sort of like hopefully some colored pencil as well. So I want to finish that up as well before my partner gets home. I'm just the absolute friggin' worst for leaving this to the last minute. I do this to myself every time. Every time. And then I've still got so much more to do this evening with people coming around and everything. I'm going to be so tired. I'm going to be so over this day. That's alright. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it for my girl. No matter how tired I get. I'm just going to keep on going. I just got to make it through this day. Got to find the energy to get through. Oh, for goodness sake, I'm gonna. That's another stress sigh, in case anyone was wondering. Mm. One other thing I've really been missing in this program, which there probably is, and I just haven't found it yet, or I don't know how to do it, whatever, is just kind of pressure sensitivity for the brushes, so that everything is currently just a very flat line. I'd like really like to be able to get some finer points on the lines. It's driving me a bit nuts not being able to do it. It probably is in here somewhere, like I said. I'm not. That's probably on me. Sure, it's in there somewhere, and I just don't know yet. Um, I don't know. Call it? Do I call it, guys? Alright, let's at very least do a save. Okay, I'm calling it. I'm calling it there. This is what I've ended up with for now. I'm going to do a test print. If there's anything standing out to me in the printed version that I really need to address, I will do it. But yeah, I think I have to call it for now because I'm pretty well out of time. So I'm going to do an export on this. Yes, as a PNG. Alright guys, so I have to finish up the stream with a bit of haste today because it's already 2:30. So I gotta run. Thanks so much to everyone that joined me. I'll likely be streaming again tomorrow if you're interested to come check it out while I'm live and say hi and whatever else. Yeah, hopefully I'll see you then. That's it.